Everyone can hear all the randomness and they can be like, why do I have to listen to this
I love that you don't know that I'd already turned on your audio when you said that sentence.
You're the worst.
What's up, mother? Yes.
You're the
That was a
worst.
great prank. That was a good prank.
Sometimes I want to poke you right in your little nose.
That was a 10 out of 10 prank.
This is why I can't trust you.
It's the only time I've ever done that. I will say it wasn't a prank. It actually wasn't a prank. I'm taking credit for it. It was, oh, we have a hype train already. Jesus. It was literally it was an accident because it sounded like the tone you normally use before you'll be quiet long enough for me to say, all right, we're going live. And so I cranked up your audio so that I could say we're going live and give the countdown without people hearing me. And then you kept talking exactly where that sentence was. And I think it was great.
Freak of nature.
So we do ads at the beginning of the video now. Oh, that's weird. So I was going to say they should be starting in like 3.5 minutes, but for some reason it says ads start in 7.5 minutes now.
I don't understand why.
In 3 minutes, I'm going to manually run ads probably, but that won't change the schedule. So you know what? We're just going to wait. In 7.5 minutes, there will be ads. I don't like that motherfuckers is banned on my channel because it shouldn't be banned. It should be promoted. It should be a word. I love curse words. Have people noticed that?
What does this say? The combo of Nami, Luffy, and Zoro is sometimes considered to be the romance dawn trio, named after the first arc combo. I like that.
Someone said, coming back after a Drawfee stream, they raised 141,000 for Palestine Children's Relief Fund. That is very, very, very good. You've had Kaido says I've had to approve ugly women before. That's hilarious. Luffy's left chancla is subscribed to tier 1. Sorry, the sigh there was because there's actively a political movement to not let charity money into Palestine, so I'm worried about money not going where it's supposed to go. That was the sigh, just so people know what that was. We're not going to talk about that today. That's just, if people are wondering why I sighed and want to read into it, that's the source of the sigh, just so people know. Jessica subscribed to tier 1. Thank you so much.
Hey, Debo, I'm not discovering the One Piece today. I'm a busy woman.
Guys, here's the thing. Could Mamadrock have the power to solve what the One Piece is? Absolutely, maybe. People who are expecting it, I don't know if that's the right mentality.
Yeah, I'm not a predictor. I don't predict.
Tomorrow. No, I don't work on drawings off stream. That's important to note, Kaido. When a drawing is a long-term project, I only touch it when it's on stream. With one exception. Yeah, let's not get political. We're just talking about racism and slavery. Ollie says historically does not make predictions. That's so true.
I do historically not make predictions.
Yeah.
That's what I'm known for. I'm known for not making predictions.
We are back. We are so back. I love this theme. It is one of the funniest delete your arts. That I entirely changed what I was doing. I know how to fix winter. It doesn't need a full rework. I kind of like the overall composition. The individual shapes need some work. Someone wants a dog treat. Someone wants dog pets. All right, the dog is alert and ready, and we have dog cam now for dog.
Do you have dog cam ready?
Dog cam broke. Dog, you wait. You wait, I say.
Eso!
Dog cam! Good baby. The good little guy. Thank you. 6 months of subscribing, Ariana. You're gonna have a special badge soon because I'm making badges for next stream. Maybe for next stream.
Is this a badge? Because it looks like it could be a badge that you could like sew onto something. And those holes could be sewy buttonholes.
Oh shit, that could be. I mean, that was not what I was thinking. I mean, this could be one of the badges for sure. Yeah, we're making badges.
It's so freaking cool. Oh, there you are, baby Belle. Your ears are purple.
His ears are pink, and he's a little bit messy because he went to the dog park, like he often does. Watched Has-Been Hotel, have trouble getting into new things. I also have trouble getting into new things. There will be something I know I'll like that I'm like, do I have to watch stuff? This could be a cute button.
This is iVlog's very first VOD watch.
Thank you for watching. All right. We got 3.5
Oh, whoa,
minutes.
your 6-month anniversary of subbing Red Potato?
So it
That's
gave us more
incredible.
time than we were supposed to have before we do our ads. But I still feel like just hanging out with chat until after the ad is good. Just using that as our like the line to separate when we start.
Is it your friendship
properly
time?
getting
Is
into
it when you
stuff.
have friends? You're like, these are my friends. This is where I friend.
I did a little bit of study beforehand on the shapes that are used for this sort of thing in Art Nouveau because I'm not liking the overall shapes here. So I'm going to do some changes because there's a lot I don't like in here.
That upsets me. I like it all.
You're allowed to be wrong about my art in a positive way. That's very nice of you. Got 3 minutes till ads. We got 3 minutes left. Oh, you think you'd wear a purple mushroom patch, but you have no gosh darn idea how much of a purple mushroom patch you'd wear. I'm going to be adding these into animations to the stream at some point. It's going to be a little bit difficult.
Are you showing them?
I will show chat. Chat,
Yeah!
we're going to look at something. We're going to look at something right here, okay?
Yes!
It hasn't come up yet because we haven't had a wrong prediction since these were made, but Santi, amazing animator, volunteered to make some animations for the stream, and I was like, I'm not letting that happen. I am going to pay you for these. So they are not volunteer animations anymore. I've paid for each of the ones we're going to use because I think it's really shitty if someone puts a lot of work into something and you use it in your product. Like animation is so much work. I think if it's a regular part of the stream, it needs to be something that we cover. But they did such a good job. The patrons have already seen the shooting star one they just made. That's incredible. Let's load in the, would it be media? What? God, how do you bring in a video?
Hi, train.
I know how to do it. I know I have a roundabout way to do it. I should have a better way to do it, but I'm not doing it that way.
I think we're watching
gonna
the rest
share
of
the window that it's
this
in.
Tuesday.
This Tuesday.
I don't know. When did we say? I thought it was this Tuesday. Was it not?
What?
The second half of G8.
I accidentally added the intro song. I'm so bad at using Streamlabs, everybody. Don't worry.
Is that your face? You did your face like that? Where did that come from? That's amazing.
What are we talking about?
Look at Code Gray did.
Yeah, that's the Drock Steel from our first patron stream that people said should be an emote.
Drock Steel is great.
Yeah, it was where my face got frozen looking like that for some reason. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we all love it. There was a lot of technical difficulties that stream, I'm realizing, because that was also where the beatboxing happened.
Where I kept going, I am.
All right, guys, check it out. Look at this. Look at the purple mushroom. Look at it. Isn't that incredible?
I didn't see anything.
Let's replay it.
Where are you playing it?
Look at that, right?
Okay, why am I not seeing it?
Okay, people who come here get to see the shooting star, I've decided. All right.
There it is. Purple mushroom. Look at it. It oozes.
It oozes. Yeah, the devil fruit pattern's so good. Santi killed it. Oh my goodness. I'm going to show you guys the shooting star as well. You're about to see the shooting star and your minds are going to be blown. It's so cool. This one I'm only playing once, so be braced. Be braced because here it comes. Oh, look at those.
You're so far behind for me. It's a good thing I'm caught up by your voice because I see nothing.
You're behind in the video.
God, that's good.
Santi killed it. Oh my God.
I need to get a shooting star.
Can you believe this? This is a person who was surprised when, ad is starting very soon. All right. Is it ad only? Did only subs get to see that?
No, I saw it and I'm not subbed right now.
I think it's very funny that you're not subbed right now.
It says resubscribe and I'm like, I don't have my wallet on me, girl. Far away.
I don't know. Sounds like kind of a fake fan. I want to know if you're not subbed, you're not a fake fan. I don't actually believe in that. Only support creators when you can in a way that doesn't disrupt your ability to live your life. That is a strong belief I have. Support people in the way you can. Safely. You're not a fake fan if you're not subbed. I just wanted to bully my mom. Oh, ads in progress. Hey, if you can hear me, you are subbed. That's crazy.
Can I hear you?
You probably can't hear me on stream, but everyone's here. Wowie. Hi, everybody. This is hi subs. Hi, special folk who have subscribed and are still hearing our voice as we begin. Mama Rock, do you have any word for our subs in the next minute while non-subs are watching advertisements?
Oh, do I have any words for them?
Yeah, this is all the subs.
My overall impressions of Fishman Island? Lots of fish.
Damn, dude.
Islandy.
What?
Good stuff. I think I have some ideas about the One Piece now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What do you figure that is? Is it fish?
The fish is the One Piece?
Yeah, do you think the One Piece is fish?
It wasn't fish, but now it is.
Damn, okay. It changed just like that.
Yeah. I was thinking it was something else.
We're new to having ads that run regularly. Lav did a really good job at making the stream be a functional and professional thing that works. I have a dashboard now. It's all very cool. So unfortunately, that means we have ads.
Oh, thank God they're over.
They're not over. There's 31 seconds.
My ads are done.
Your ads are done? Okay, some people, I guess, get faster ads than others. Damn. Apparently, some people are still in ad purgatory, according to this. This didn't run for Enjo. That's because you're subbed. You got a gift sub, Enjo. Look, you have the little crown. First time chat from 1 silver key. My ads are done. Oh wait, no, the star is subbed. What's the crown? I don't know how this website works, guys. The crown's Twitch Prime, not a sub. I understand. Some people just didn't get ads. Damn, some people dodged it. That's crazy. That's great.
Some people were like, no, I refuse.
Prime Gaming, I understand. You ready to get started now that the ads are done?
I was born ready.
That's so true about you.
When I was born, doctors looked at me and said, this is a streamer right here. And my mom was like, what's that? And the doctor was like, you'll see.
Was the doctor like, I don't know. It is a prophetic vision I've had. I don't know what that word means.
I don't know what to tell you.
All I know is, and it is bizarre and unreal. But get this.
All I know is that this is a streamer.
Everyone has a phone in their pocket in the future.
Yeah.
And the phone can watch people. And that's going to be your daughter.
And to be fair, that just makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Streamers like confettis. How long since the stream began? This one today, like 15 minutes.
What have we covered?
Early ads.
Nothing.
What did we cover? Yeah, we covered nothing. Nothing's been covered. We just hung out with people for a bit. Thank you for the subs, people. I should have a thing set up to see who's subscribing. Oh, it's just very small is all.
So I wanted to tell all the people on here that I now have 4 box sets.
You have 4 box sets.
Well, because you have to give me the last one because you still have it.
That's true. I still have the last one.
But I will have all 4 soon.
So many people are subscribing and gifting. Oh my goodness. Thank you, people. Cyber3D just subscribed. 4 box sets. Yeah. Here's what's crazy. Do you know how many box sets there are of One Piece?
4.
That's exactly correct. You now have, we have fulfilled our promise of where the Patreon money would go at first. You have all the box sets.
I have all the box sets. Woo woo.
Yeah.
I don't want to brag, but you can see why I would.
So your thinking is, as I understand, you want to wait till box set 5 exists instead of buying volumes independently now.
Yeah, I don't want independent volumes. Why would I do that?
I don't know, because I figured you'd want to keep reading in paper after you caught up to
box set 4. But the problem is that I want to own the box sets so they can hang out together like best friends. Yeah.
That's fair. That's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. How many books are left to make a box set
in the
5th box?
How many volumes are in a box set? Oh God, like somewhere north of 20. The exact amount varies set to set.
Yeah. No, the boxes are so pretty and they have extra things in them.
Boxes are pretty. They do have extra things as well. All right, we can wait. Can I tell you my prediction about box set 5?
Yes.
it's going to have some sort of mention of or promotional material related to One Piece live action. Because the most recent box sets have had promotional material or references to the big movie releases. And I think currently the biggest One Piece release outside of the manga and anime is One Piece live action. So I think there will be some reference to or material for One Piece live action on box set 5.
Yeah, covers have spoilers. Emailed 7919. I don't look at them.
Which is why you are not allowed to look at any of the spoilers of box set 4 until you reach that chapter.
I just have book 63, and then when I'm done I put it away and pull out book 64.
If box set 5 doesn't come out before the Wit remake, I think you're right that the Wit telling the One Piece is going to be mentioned instead of One Piece live action. I think you're right about that.
Does anyone remember where we ended off last time? Was it 619?
What a great question, because it looks like I forgot to update it, right? Unless 653 was it and someone else did it.
No, 653 is where we're ending. I need both books out of here, it turns out. I don't want to brag, but I'm on the next book now. Ready?
The One Piece is weird.
That's the sound of box sets.
It was 620. Okay, everybody said, oh, so we did update it to the new one. Yeah, 620 was your previous reading. So previously, yeah, you read up to everyone meeting old Jim and old Jim saying, you want to hear about a cool fish? And everybody was like, yeah. And Luffy was like, do we have to? That about sums it up, right?
What you just did there was genius.
Uh-huh.
I'm so proud of you right now.
I'm such a brilliant storyteller.
You are here, Zelio. What?
Hey, hi there. Hello,
Holy
Cricket.
crap, I'm actually many books. Fishmen Island was many books.
Okay, obviously, the world of compilations, short form compilations, and long form reviews are very different on YouTube. But you know what's crazy? Cricket's YouTube channel has a summary of his favorite Brook scenes by Ian Sinclair, and it's like 6 times more popular than any One Piece video.
What?
Yeah.
Say that again. I wasn't listening to you.
Cricket has a compilation of Ian Sinclair's as Brook in One Piece funny moments, and it has 6 times more views than any One Piece video.
That makes sense to me. Cricket has been in the business for a long time.
Oh, absolutely. And compilations and short form stuff, it's easier to get views on. Like, there's a lot of reasons it makes sense. But I just found out about that because Cricket's video got recommended on my main non-Drock profile. And I was like, oh, holy shit, that's really good. Wow. Congratulations.
You know what Cricket is? A rock star.
Cricket is a rock star.
I have that song in my head. So you want to be a rock superstar?
Oh, shit.
Big cars.
Oh, did someone did new pet the boy. I missed it. I got to go pet that boy. It was 9 minutes ago.
Then can we start?
And we could start. Okay.
People like it when you talk about the thing they came to hear about.
That's, only partially true. Thank you, Pogwimon. Do
you know how many books it is?
Thank you for subbing. Who knows how many books what is?
Fishmen Island is 4 books long.
That makes sense. It's like 60 chapters, right?
I don't think about it that way when I'm reading them. I just burst through them, and then I come out the other side, and I'm like, woo! And then
read 4 comic books.
What was that shooting star about again? You put it back on.
I didn't put it back on. Did it go back on?
Am I that far behind that I'm only just seeing your shooting star?
No, I think they're just redoing it themselves now. I've turned them off. They are deactivated. They will stop doing it now. But that's funny.
Don't try it. Don't try your
give Bellamy a treat.
writing with me.
All right, I'm going to give Bellamy a treat, then we get started, because people want to give dog a treat. Bellamy, come here.
And let me find out where we were so that
there
I can
we go. What a good baby.
in the right place that I said them.
Yeah.
We were at 619. We are moving into 620.
It's definitely wild that Fishmen Island, you're like, that's 4 books, because like I think from this point out, nearly every arc is much, much longer than Fishmen Island.
Are you kidding my face right now?
No, we are entering the era of what's called mega arcs.
Oh
We're not there yet, but we are very close.
Oh my God. Did you turn off delete the art?
Oh yeah, because this one already got a delete.
Yeah, so don't re-delete this
Other
art.
long-term projects I might, but this one, I don't know. I really want to get it done today is the thing, because I don't want to continue this into the next arc.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go, babies. All the squishies together now. First of all, let's just take a moment to look back on the island of rare animals and find out that there is a barrel woman for Sarfunkel. And let's all say, yay, barrel woman. Their love life is pretty wooden.
Yeah?
Chicken with that. They do make great music. Woo-hoo. Anyways, you should all know that because it's in the wonderful amusement park as we're going in. That's on the cover, and I loves it.
Yeah, you have been into the little updates about what's happening, and right, it turns out Amazon, everyone was right, was not getting a job with Iceberg, and instead is now running the attendance desk at a Usopp themed amusement park.
A rubber themed amusement park.
Well, yeah, but Usopp's the one that introduced them to rubber.
I'm not gonna lie to you. A rubber themed amusement park is like on my list of things I'd like to do, except for I can't go because your sister's allergic.
Yeah, you will kill your daughter. If you go to Rubber Bandland, you'll become poisoned to her for life.
Yeah, can't happen.
It'll infuse
also,
into
I want
you.
a piece of bubbly coral now. Getting to just click the end of a piece of coral and have it bubble up and create me like a seat that I can bubble around on.
It's cool.
There's so many things in here that I'm like really, truly, legitimately pissed off.
Don't exist.
Be allergic. Dude, you can be super allergic to rubber. The good thing about being allergic to rubber and latex is you can get that allergy throughout your life. Doctors and nurses do all the time.
Yeah, overexposure can actually give you an allergy to rubber and latex. It's very fun. It's one of the cool allergies.
Like putting rubber bands on your braces when you're a child, then playing rugby on the rubber balled all seasons turf.
True.
For her, it plummets her blood pressure.
Mm-hmm. Gives her hives.
Yeah. And people just don't know this. Yeah. All right, here we go. That's why balloons
my BDSM dungeon master career is in jeopardy. That's so true.
Balloons are the number one evil. They have a low rate. So it's really important that you don't
actually will toxify the air around them for her. Like if she can't go to movie theaters because they always have balloons and the air is poisonous.
Go to grocery stores if they're like doing anything where they bring a balloon because it absolutely fills the whole store with.
Yeah, like going to the grocery store is a threat to her in the holiday season.
Yeah,
we must pop all the balloons. That's so true.
Then they spread further. You goofy goof. She's allergic to Luffy. They can't be best friends.
Yeah. People are saying, what would happen if Luffy was allergic to rubber? I would hope that eating the gum fruit would cure your rubber allergy. Otherwise, it's just poison to some people, and that would be so sad.
So mean. Can you even imagine that meanness level?
Like, you have to hope that the gum fruit can cure a rubber allergy by infusing you with the essence of rubber, right?
When is the last time that I mentioned how much I hate the wet reindeer?
Caribou?
Yeah.
The wet reindeer?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. His name is Caribou, and he is called Wet-Haired Caribou. Last episode. Do you want to start there with your hatred of Caribou?
Oh,
is that our jumping off point? Yeah, let's do it. Why not? We can do what we want.
I despise him, and I think that we should all get together at some day and jump him in an alley with a hairdryer and at least fix part of his terribleness.
Take a look. You're dry-haired Caribou now.
How do you like that, you dried-haired reindeer?
Can you imagine someone being so dry that their Red Baron their epitaph is like, It is I, dry-haired Tom. What do they call you?
Saw it as he's called wet hair or wet something.
He's called wet hair caribou. Yeah.
Better or worse than You know what, CeeLo? I'm gonna have to think on that. Pet the boy.
Hey, hello, amigo Roberts. Someone said pet the boy, so you keep going. I'm gonna pet that little guy.
He is so gross. He makes me feel uncomfortable about life. Yeah. I hate him. Swamp ass man. Okay, here we go.
Swamp fucking milk.
I didn't say that. Caribou's new haircut. Pure dryness.
He needs to meet Crocodile.
I think let's just go back. So far, what's happened, I think the reason we're having a hard time jumping off is I don't usually stop dead in the middle of something, but we had a 4-hour
stream.
stream.
You started right at the beginning of the Fisher Tiger flashback, so that's a good place to start.
Also, I lied to you. We have another book. 62 would also be this arc's book, because right now 63 starts with her inside of her pet shark's mouth.
Fair. So,
you know who is the grossest thing in the world?
Who's that?
You know who I think is the grossest thing in the world.
Vanderdecken, the man with the plan that makes no sense for literally 3 separate reasons?
I think that Vanderdecken is grosser than anything I've ever met yet.
He is the grossest man in the entire comic. I think so. And also, I love that his plan is dumb for 3 separate reasons.
Yeah. What didn't we talk about the blood? What was the blood first?
I don't know. So we talked about Sanji's nosebleed. Don't pretend we didn't, people. We talked about Nosebleed Man getting nose rocketed.
Was it about receiving and giving blood?
Yeah, how it's illegal to give blood to fish.
No, we got onto Fishmen Island last episode. Pink
Sage. Last episode. Oh yeah, last episode. For people who don't know, I didn't say part 2 because we didn't get very far into it, and part 2s do worse. We got up to last time, the very beginning of the Fisher Tiger flashback. The way that I put it just earlier at the beginning of stream was, we got to Jinbei going, "You want to hear about a cool fish?" And Luffy said, "Do I have to?" And everyone else said, "Yes, fucking yeah."
We talked about the mermaid nosebleeds because I talked about how gross I thought it was that every time that he thought
I did not defend Vanderdecken. I said I think he's slightly less bad than a bad word that I've since come around to saying, no, the word is accurate.
No. Am I not allowed to say the P word?
I don't know if we're allowed to say the P word.
He's the P word.
I know we're not allowed to say the R word, and I feel like they occupy a very similar conceptual space.
Okay, I would allow that. But him being in a pool of blood, the Sanji being in a pool of blood and needing to get a transfusion, nobody.
There is a way to say it. I forgot that there is an official way to say it on TikTok and Twitch and YouTube, which is you call them a PDF file.
Yes, that is what they are.
Because
Thank you,
you're
everyone.
allowed to talk about an image and text document. That's not disallowed.
Yes. He is definitely a PDF file. And I can't believe that's not just how he is known far and wide. I think it's absolutely revolting to me that he thinks that he can just age someone's body up, and that ages their experience, their lived experience, and their maturity. And I hate him.
He's terrible.
I wanted worse things to happen to him than happened to him. I had like a list of things we could do to him. Nobody asked me.
You did provide last time an extensive list, if I remember correctly.
And I want to remind you that I came up with new ones.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think I should be allowed to use some of them. They're just sitting there.
Vanderdecken is a 4chan mod. That's so true. People want the list of things you can do to Vanderdecken. Would you like to provide some options?
Oh, guys, no. Last time people got really scared by the level of my anger.
Some people were like, that's so good. That's a great idea.
Turns out when you work with children, you have big feelings about this type of thing.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You've got some big ass feelings about it, and the list is things like peel all his skin off.
Okay, Red Potato's coming in with the classic FMI hate, that we have 2 of the most forgettable villains in One Piece in this arc, and let me tell you, are you entirely wrong? No, But the villain, well, one of the villains, it's a good thing they are where they are. I actually won't say it's a good thing Vanderdecken is the way he is.
I said we turn him into a salt and vinegar chip by peeling off all his skin, mixing salt and vinegar in a plant sprayer, then spraying him gently once every half hour. I had a whole bunch like that.
Isn't it crazy that you can remember that, but you can't remember like the theories you've told me until I give you like a prompt?
No, I tell you the theories in a fever fugue. These
That's
a
good point. You tend to go into a fugue state when you start. Maybe that's why we are getting comments now that are like, oh, he's leading her, because I at the beginning have to remind you, and it looks like I've coached you. Like, yeah, so this is the prompt to say that thing, and you're remembering your lines. But no, it really just is. The Mamadrock goes into theory mode and starts like listing a bunch of ideas, and it's my responsibility to remember like the trigger phrases that will get her back to the fugue state.
I literally said to you this last time that we were outside and I was talking about Bonnie and my new feelings. And then, and Kuma and
yeah, Bonnie, Kuma, and Vegapunk. You have feelings about those three that you brought up.
I said to you when I was done, I don't remember much of what I said just now, so you'll need to do that. Yeah. And you were like, excellent. That's fantastic. Thank you. Okay. So then we went through, we talked about how our silly boy kept bleeding out all the time and nearly died, but was cured by the beauty of our Wonder Mermaid Princess. Aww.
Which, you know, if someone's a fully grown adult, that could be almost a romantic thing.
Ew. Anyway.
But I'm just saying that's not the situation we're in.
No. Then we go rushing back into the past and we have little baby Nami screaming, "Don't die, Bellemere. Don't die, Bellemere." And then her mommy getting shot and dying and her watching the entire thing taking place and then becoming a slave to Arlong and going through all the things. And then it says, it seems you've endured a great deal, says old Jim. Is that all you have to say? Says Sanji. Yes. After all this time, I still wouldn't pity Arlong no matter what happened to him. But before I got to the Sabaody archipelago 2 years ago, I never knew the mighty fishmen had been persecuted by humans. And so it's really interesting to think of it from little Nami's perspective, because baby Nami could not have had any idea that these powerful people who were absolutely annihilating her town and had completely enslaved her actually had no power themselves within the world. And it must have been a really weird thing for Nami to like grow up be out in the world and realize that it was the exact opposite of what was taking place within her smaller existence.
Something else that must have been sorry, you finish.
No, go ahead.
Well, something I was thinking about recently about like how scary fishmen would have seemed to Nami and how impossible it would be to believe that when she's talking about the mighty fishmen. I think the strength of fishmen gets underplayed at this point because we're in a point of the series where like will and hockey matter so much more that like we forget how scary physical strength can be. But like when the Blackbeard pirates are fighting Ace, Jesus Burgess throwing a house is like meant to be a sign of, oh my god, this guy's insanely terrifyingly strong. Regular mook fishmen were doing that to terrorize the villages around Nami. Like a thing that was an impressive feat of strength for a human is a thing that regular fishmen grunts were able to do. So I can absolutely imagine Nami being like, it's hard to believe that they could have been persecuted.
So for baby Nami, I can't even imagine. Like for her, there would have been, she would literally have had no idea what was taking place within that world. So the coolest thing is when she talks about then those kidnappers caught Kemi, and I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw Sabaody Park. It was exactly like Arlong Park that Arlong built. And it was so cool to do that flashback of the side-by-side of Arlong and Sabaody Park and see how much Arlong must have felt like he was an outsider and given no chance to be a part of the upper world and actually get to see the sun. And it was really cool for Nami to make that comparison and bring it to light, because it's a great reminder, like we're looking at all these things that the fishmen are doing to little baby Nami and to all the people of the world down here, and keeping in mind that this was such a huge thing to baby Arlong to look longingly on Sabaody Park. that he built his own where he would feel like he had absolute power and control from, and made that his headquarters and the center of his personal power.
And a
That
place
says
where
a
humans weren't allowed.
ton. Exactly. And that says a ton about what that did to him as a person and how he felt.
It,
So I thought that was incredible.
and his taxes forced the humans into the poverty he'd grown up in, and that he was the only one with money getting this luxury while the humans around him had to suffer. He was just like recreating the society he wanted, but with him as the oppressor.
Exactly. And then slowly we walk into the thing where we find out that until 200 years earlier, fishmen were categorized as fish rather than people. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of like women.
Kind of like women and most in the West at non-white ethnic groups for a long time.
Women worldwide and anyone who wasn't white.
Ads in 3 minutes, just so people know.
Does it just keep going off? Are we going to have ads all the time?
We are. We get paid for it, though.
Oh,
This is a thing every streamer does.
Paid.
It's normal streamer stuff. I know we want to be the cool, we don't have ads people, but also I like to pay editors.
We want to pay the editors.
Yeah.
All the money we're doing has gone towards buying Mama Drock books and paying editors.
I mean, at some point I do want this to be my job. I just want to focus on paying our team
to be
first.
fair, you're not that late. We've only barely
we
started.
Just started, don't you worry.
Purple mushrooms don't sting enough anymore. What about purple mushroom donuts?
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Carrot, that's so good. The problem is it would make me need to pay for a new animation. Now, am I open to it? I want chat to brainstorm. What is that? Just like the purple mushroom version of a diamond star, like something that's incredibly wrong?
I'm hungry now.
Or is there a specific type of
Hello,
wrong that it should be?
LuckyLavvv. That's a terrible suggestion.
RJ DeLoss, thank you for subscribing.
That's a terrible suggestion. I'm moving on.
First prediction.
Finding out about how deep the racism was and how Whitebeard ended up having to be the savior and take over the area. It's that entire idea that you need, and it's not like I disagree with it. Like I understand, like for the women's movement, you needed your John Stuart Mill. In every realm, you need somebody who stands up with all of their power that they have and creates space and room for other people to live.
Well,
like I get it.
So
but
this is so you say your thing first, and then I'm going to go back to this idea. I'm putting a bookmark.
Okay, but it's a really difficult thing to hear that you have to have somebody like Whitebeard come in and be the patriarchal savior and say nobody gets to touch this anymore, and this is my realm now. And then, spoiler alert, I'm going to do a thing that I do, going to the end now. And then going to the end and finding Luffy is like, yeah, I'm going to put my flag on here. And though I understand it, and though I understand that we live in a world that has piracy and government coming in and doing things, and smaller pirates would come through and pick it apart, there is more strength, I think, than when the king says, we've rebuilt our army to be this and this. We have this many warriors now, and I think we are not as weak as we once were. That made me way happier than having Luffy's flag on it. The idea of having some autonomy and agency in your own protection instead of feeling that you're a freaking leaf in the wind to whatever pirate. Because, no offense, it really feels like kind of the Canadian system here, where we don't, that you and I were talking about earlier this week.
Granted,
where
Canada needs this system.
I mean, we need this system because we would be trounced. But Canada has to go around being nice to everyone and kind to everyone and like, please don't kill us. And then the U.S. is going to come in and protect us. And if the U.S. tries to come in and protect us or hurt us, then the rest of the world will be like, hey, don't touch Bambi. We don't pick on Bambi. Plus, Bambi has a lot of resources we're not going to let you have. And so it's interesting because it felt very much like I felt bad for Fishmen Island, that they were kind of in the wind the way that kind of Canada can sometimes feel. Now, the reason it's more upsetting to me than Canada, though, is because it's racially created and not nationally created.
Now, something I want to point out, though, along racial lines, is people often talk about how Otohime feels like a Martin Luther King Jr. figure, and I think that makes a lot of sense. And they talk about how Fisher Tiger feels like a Malcolm X figure, and I think that makes a lot of sense. They're definitely not one-to-one. I don't think it's nearly as blatant as with Professor Xavier and Magneto.
Yeah.
But I see it. I think Neptune talking about building up an army is a Black Panther figure that people don't talk about that way.
Yeah, I would agree.
The Black Panthers
there's
were
an
an
actor coming in.
incredibly important part of civil liberty for Black people, because before they started showing up armed to protests, it was really common for violence to be used to intimidate Black protesters out of being able to attend civic protests. And the Black Panthers
100%.
being an armed group of disciplined Black civilians protecting protesters was actually a huge part of the success of the civil rights movement that people really don't talk about enough. Oh, we started an ad break while I was talking about that. People didn't hear me talk about the Black Panthers, but subs did.
Or non-subs. That breaks my little heart. Somebody said, can you scroll up? It won't let me scroll up because
treats.
somebody
Subs
said,
get to see dog get treats.
hey, Mama Drock, sorry about my bad first impression. I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
See it. I don't see it. I scrolled up a little bit. Oh,
it's up a bit.
Sorry for not making the best first impression. Wanted to say hello, Mama
Who is
Drop. Love
that?
your analysis of the story.
Why didn't they
This
make
is
a good first
Quarat,
impression?
who we responded to a little bit ago. I don't remember what they said though, because my brain is soup.
Aw,
I
I'm
said
sure they made a.
they suggested the donut meme. No, don't worry about that. That's hilarious. Otahime is the Martin Luther King and Fisher Tiger's the Ford F-150, America's truck.
Oh my god.
I don't know why that's so funny, but that's fucking
I don't either.
hilarious.
It is hilarious, but it's not good. The fact that it's hilarious is so bad.
Martin Luther Jinbei is such a great character.
We are going to talk about Koala. I feel like I'd seen Koala somewhere else. Where did I see them?
I don't think you would have seen Koala before, but Koala is a little child of Fisher Tiger done saved.
Uh-huh.
Why does Koto win the stream? Ad expertise. Yep. Everyone loves Koala.
Are we back yet?
Oda does draw women very similar. Thank you, Yuri KL, Kiloliter. Thank you, Yuri Kiloliter, for your sub. That's your name now. There's a problem. There's a problem with our fucking alphabet that capital I's and lowercase L's look the same, and I don't like it. Even sans serif fonts should add little top and bottom to the I's because it sucks. It sucks so hard that those letters look the same. Koala has a more unique design as children go. I think that's true. Are we permabellamy? No, someone petted him, so you stay here a little longer for pets. He's so sleepy. Hey, did I know that my Mama Drock, did you notice the similarities between Nami and Fisher Tiger with their tattoos and oppressive cycles being broken? I've never noticed that, did you?
Yeah, somebody put that inside of our ITQ today, and I just loved it.
That's such a good observation. I feel like neither of us had enough time to sit with that to have a good take, but that's really cool.
I absolutely adored that take because I really liked that both of them then wrote their own world and kind of leaned into friends afterwards, and that they both kind of had a really neat, exceptional life because of the choices they made around friendship and helping others as well. I mean, Nami still has her greedy side, but she's got her great good friends who've put her on a different kind of path.
And they both take the symbol of slavery someone put on them and change it into something that for them represents freedom.
Change it to something that has meaning for them.
Yeah, well, because for Nami, freedom is represented by the pinwheel of hope and the tangerines of financial freedom, where Bellamere said, as long as we have this, we can survive. And for Fisher Tiger, the sun represented freedom for all fish mankind, and he changed the hook of the Celestials. Holy shit, that's so cool that Nami did the same thing that Fisher Tiger did of turning a mark of oppression to a mark of freedom, and
she didn't even know she was doing it. It was a separate thing that she did on her own.
Oh my, I've never thought about that. That's so cool.
Yeah, you didn't see it in our little chat thing?
No, look, I can't keep up with everything. There's a lot going on. There's a lot happening. My life is busy.
Okay. Good talk. The queen is so cool.
I love her. I love her design, her attitude.
She is just unironically one of the coolest things. And the idea that she can queen, how do you say her name? Is it Orohime?
Otohime.
Orohime.
Mhm.
Okay. The idea that Orohime has the ability to not only tell everyone like, yeah, dead mom counter +1. He
Ding.
just really loves to kill him some moms.
Dude, I was just watching back our live stream we did for post-war before it went up, and I love how instantly you reacted knowing what I was going to say when I just said reason we know Big Mom's a force to be reckoned with is because she's a mom and she's alive, and you just go, oh shit.
Yeah, it's wild that she gets to live.
She's that
Um,
strong.
I I also love that Urahime is a goldfish because she's a goldfish that made it to Ryu Castle, so she is a
Oh,
dragon.
because goldfish are carp.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've never thought about that. She's a carp who made it to the castle.
Yeah, so
And then
she
she
is the
interacts on the same level as a celestial dragon and treats him like
exactly.
like an equal. Holy
Exactly.
shit. Oh my
Exactly.
god.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I was like, what a good choice, Oda. That's a very cool thing.
And she's married to the god Neptune. Yeah.
And
Oh,
she's married to the god
wow.
Neptune. Yeah.
That's so good. And she's
So
the first
she's
character in the series who treats celestial dragon like a human.
exactly.
Holy carp.
Yeah, so she moves herself up and goes through the entire gauntlet to make it to the Ryu Castle, Ryushin Castle, and then she becomes the dragon who treats the celestial dragon as an equal, married to the king, and then she walks amongst the people and not only sees all the societal things that are wrong with what they're doing or how they will hurt people, but is also able to feel what it's like to be one of them and to have all their pain and actually intrinsically feel it. And then this person said it, and I was about to. And then above all that, she gives birth to the next great creation, who ends up being, as I said before, one of the well, she ends up being Poseidon. And it is what did they say? Once in a
Sorry, I
100.
accidentally made some noise. What type of fish is Shirahoshi as well?
What?
What type of fish is Shirahoshi?
Oh, Shirahoshi. She is. Oh, I don't know what her fish was. What was
I
she?
thought she was a giant carp.
Is she?
Because if so, that would take the symbolism another level. I think
Yes.
she's a giant
So
carp.
let's look at it because I think she was supposed to be a giant carp. Anyways, she gives birth, and so this person is right. I get a gold star because one of the weapons, one of the ancient weapons, is a person.
You are absolutely correct.
So that is a gold star. I definitely believe too, because this woman
Oh,
fought
giant
her way
smelts.
up
Never
the
mind.
stream to
Yeah.
become a god herself and a dragon god herself in the dragon castle. And then I believe that gave her the power to give birth to such an incredible to
Oh my god.
Shirahoshi or Hashi, Wazi Hashi. I believe that she is like the link or the bridge between the regular world and the godlike world. And so
People,
I think that it made sense that her lineage would be the ones who could either destroy or save the world. So I think that's pretty
guys,
cool.
guys, I need a statement right now. How many episodes in the past does a prediction need to be for it to be a shooting star? What do we think? We're gonna decide right now, okay? Like, we're gonna do it by episodes instead of chapters. She's a smelt, huh? Episodes of our show. 3 is too few. 10 is my feeling, right? No, we're not doing chapters. We're doing by our episodes. It can't just be an arc. It has to be a lot. I agree with 10. I think it's 10. I'm going to go to our YouTube channel and see what episode Skypiea Part 2 was, because this is episode 23. If it was 10 episodes ago, this is a shooting star moment. Okay?
Yeah.
So let's go see what episode Skypiea Part 2 was. It was 10, so this is a shooting star that you get.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's play.
Shooting star.
that was to buy space so that Lav in the future can add in the actual shooting star animation with transparently so it looks better. But you guys get to see it too now. Hey, look at it. Look at it go.
I'm so excited
It's
that I
not
get
Lav,
to
it's Cricket this time. Yeah. Cricket, the downside is I don't know how good chroma keying is on the app you use, so you might need to use you might need to, after you edit it in CapCut, bring this into DaVinci, and Lav can give you the instructions on how to. Oh, it's good at chroma keying? Never mind. You can do it. Hell yeah. Lav is so much better at chroma keying than me. Every time I chroma key, it looks awful.
It's also imperative that we remember that
the people are asking what prediction. It was that some of those ancient weapons are people. That was a thing way back in Skypiea that Mama Draw came up with. Yeah, crazy.
I also love that Oda made Queen Otohime the passionate embodiment of love, because when you think about bringing back Poseidon as a weapon, the only way that Poseidon could be a person who is a weapon of strength for the people rather than a weapon of world ending is if they were raised and treated with absolute love and were shown that deep love is the absolute way to move through the world, because she didn't just show it a little bit or have some embodiment of it. When she told her as her last request not to hate the person who killed her, that shows just how seriously her mom took the idea of love. And so when her mom dies and says that, and then we find out that the Wazihashi actually knew who killed her mom and said nothing because her mom said, you need to make sure that you don't hate the person who kills me if you find that out. It says that she took her mom's love seriously and she took her mom's lessons seriously. And because of that, we can have more faith in her as a group who are looking at this world, that she won't end up destroying it because she was able to do something that seems almost impossible. Forgive the person who killed her mom. That's a big deal. So Wimpy Hoshi, yeah, I call her Wazzy Hoshi or Waz a lot.
I do love your adaptation of a Luffy-esque name.
Okay, here's the thing though. Like, can we just all take a tiny moment to feel very uncomfortable that our amazing queen, Orihime, had to have a child with that giant dude?
People have been bringing this up a lot, that like comparing their sizes is uncomfortable to consider. You know what? Unless you got a macrophilia thing, in which case, I'm
just
fodder for you, I guess.
Radical empathy, yes. I decided eggs too. It's the only way I can get through it. She
eggs
lays
is the only thing that makes this make sense for sure.
Yeah, it is. Because nothing else makes me feel okay for her.
Stop. Hey, the story did this. We didn't do this.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get back into the forgiving of Jinbei in a minute, but we could just do it now. Yeah. I appreciate that Nami forgave Jinbei, and I think that it showed Nami's own growth to be able to forgive Jinbei. I don't know that she would have been able to forgive Jinbei in this way in our first 17 chapters since then. And that it's only as she's gone through the world and she's seen the level of hurt and hell, and then she has gone to Sabaody Archipelago and seen what happens to fishmen and how they're sold and treated and subjected to horrors, that she realized, like, it's pretty difficult to maintain hatred for somebody when I can see what they go through on a daily basis. And so I think it's really important to note that all Nami is doing here is just using basic humanity when she realizes, yeah, I was a slave and yes, I was treated like this, but the whole of society here has to worry about being treated that way every single day. They can't even go out into the sun. My friend and I tried to go to the fairgrounds and she was taken as a slave. So I think that Nami has gone through enough things now that she actually understands deeply what privilege she holds, despite the fact that she holds it as a person who's also been a slave.
It's so interesting. And something I really love about One Piece is how much God, especially now that people have pointed out how strong the symbolism between Fisher Tiger and Nami is, we see that oppression is not about race, that everyone is susceptible to oppression, and oppression is about power. That
Yeah,
is what it comes
exactly.
down to. In the East Blue, where everybody's weak, power was just physical strength for the fishmen, sure, but like power on the global scale is something entirely different that the fishmen do not have. And power in Luffy's kingdom for him was wealth, and that's why he was oppressed. And
And it's
yeah,
so
it's
uncomfortable.
classism. And
It's so uncomfortable for me because I remember
the
when I
first
was
circle is meant to
in
be a cherry blossom. You got it exactly.
I remember when I was in university and my professor of it was a 101 course. So it was I think it was just called political science. I don't think it actually was a political science of anything. I think it was just an intro. But in it, he said the famous quote of "You can only have power through permission," and he was like, "Power can only be given or taken through permission." And I remember being like, "Oh, that's so genius and so true." Because if you don't give somebody your power, they can't have it. And yeah, that can be true, but it's also kind of bullshit,
A
right?
little bit
Like,
bullshit. It's one of those things that's like technically true because like there
yeah,
are a lot of and I think One Piece is very aware of this, that there are a lot
yeah,
of
but let me
situations
finish my
where
thinking
yeah,
first before
you
you
finish
ramrod me
bookmark.
off the road.
This one I'll get back to. The other one I decided it wasn't worth it
Okay.
yet. We'll save it for politics video.
because I said to myself, like, that's the type of thing that somebody who has never had to worry about having their power taken away through absolute might or oppression of other people who had physical or the physical ability over them or could outweapon them. That's the type of thing that they would say because they can do things like, you can't have power over me at work even though you're my boss, you can't take away this or this, and I always have the freedom within inside of my mind, and da 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 da
Mhm.
da.
Well,
But
and it's
when
not
you're an
like there's no
entire society,
bravery in standing up for yourself in those situations. It's just very different than what
exactly.
you're about to get into.
And when you're an entire society that's being oppressed systemically, it is not fair to say that people can only have power through permission, because
Mhm.
there are a lot of people who will be like, you don't have permission to have my power, and I'm still free within my mind, but your body has been caged. Your children's futures are unpredictable. And I would say the minute that you can tell people that you can take away their ability to plan a future or safety for themselves or others, they don't have power.
What I was about to say is there's a lot of situations where, in theory, power only comes from permission, but someone exactly said it's permission or death. There are many, many situations where you always have two choices. It's almost impossible without physically restraining someone to not give them two choices. But the choices are often fight for sovereignty at the cost of your life or give people permission to have power over you. And One Piece, I think,
Exactly.
is very, very aware of those situations of there being a place that you're in. If Nami had have resisted, I mean, we did see Bellamere resisted. She did not give permission for Arlong to objectify her and
So
turn
she's
her into
dead.
property. And yeah, she's dead
Yep.
because she didn't give that permission.
So you can say that she didn't give
Nightbot,
permission
that's
for
such a
power,
funny
but then
time to
she
say
didn't
having
have the
fun.
right to have life.
Nightbot
Yeah, the
showed up to be
permission only
like,
exists.
you having fun?
Yeah, the permission only exists in safety is an excellent way of saying it.
It's a
And
really,
there are
really
some
good phrase.
areas, like in your life, in your work, with your spouse, a lot of times power does only come with permission. But it's a dangerous thing to say that, because then it takes the onus off of the oppressor or the person benefiting through systemic oppression to actually take care of the mess that's been created and be like, well, power only comes through permission. Just take away your permission. Oh,
Mhm.
okay. There you go, Chuckles. So it's an interesting side sweep that we're going through there.
I think a lot of the iconography we see comes from American racism, especially because it's the biggest world known place of racism that Oda can get, that Oda's readers in Japan would have access to the imagery of, to rely on. I just realized a change I want to make. That he can get away with, because Japanese racism is against the Ainu and other people is generally not something you can easily get away with talking about in Japan, to the point that
Yeah.
Princess Mononoke got in trouble for referencing Ainu culture in the movie. Like, it is a very, very difficult topic to talk about, so I think that's why he talked about it. But I think you can see a lot of references and symbolism of racism in countries other than the United States in Fishman Island, even though that is, like we're saying with things like Malcolm X, Black Panther, Martin Luther King, most of what we're seeing. I think is written in such a way that it's very approachable to racial dynamics in a lot of the world.
Are those magic circles you're making, PS?
I'm not making magic circles. I'm making symmetrical geometric shapes that are a big part of Art Nouveau decoration.
So magic circles.
No magic circles.
They're magic circles.
I'm making a cherry blossom, the sun, and now I need to figure out what is autumn.
The moon. It's the harvest moon.
I wasn't going to do that, but that's good. And then I'll do a snowflake for winter because of course I will.
Anyways, let's move on like people who move on. First of all, Tiger, I'm loving your frog no hippo t-shirt. Go Tiger.
I love the t-shirts in One Piece. They're so stupid and great.
They're so good. The whole tiger defeating the celestial dragons and it moving across also reminded me of power and loyalty follow those who make big moves and big changes, because Tiger refused not to take everyone out of there that he could. But the minute that he does, all of Fishmen Island are like, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. Whatever Tiger says, that's it. Tiger is the be-all and the end-all. And Tiger suddenly has a different kind of power. And then his power is you can lend that social power onto others. And so he kind of ends up lending it to his queen as well, which is really cool. And his queen ends up getting to have some of his feelings. And yet it's interesting because despite the fact that he agrees with the queen, despite the fact that he wants everyone to be able to walk on the surface and sit out in the sun, and despite the fact that he feels that the future would be better if there wasn't hatred between his people and the people on the land, he still isn't able to take the blood at the very end of his life that would have saved him.
He's still racist. He still hates humans deep down.
And yet we call it racism. And can it be? I don't know. I want to say it's just racism because he doesn't like humans, but I don't think you can be racist if you're the person who has less power.
So I think we are on opposite perspectives of linguistic theory. I used to agree with you on this side, and it's sort of the conversation of, is racism prejudice on racial lines, or is it prejudice and power? I think that, in my opinion, I think it's more linguistically useful to just call all racial prejudice racism, but then have racism that has systemic backing, systemic racism. Like, I think that's more linguistically useful. And you're the opposite, right? Where your belief is that racism, prejudice or bigotry should be the words we use for just general prejudice, and it should be called racism when it has systemic backing, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I think we just have the opposite perspective there.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like it's a prejudice. I feel like it can become racism because for me, when it's racism, I believe that you have the power to change somebody's life at a larger systemic way. When racism is being used, you have the power to say, I don't know, hire cops who are members of the KKK and infiltrate them into the regular law system, or say, I don't know, lawyers, and put them in there so that it becomes more difficult for people of color to get themselves out of jail. And I don't know, fund an entire country off of the back of a prison system. I think that feels like racism. To me, the stuff that Tiger is doing feels more, Fisher Tiger feels more like prejudice, that he doesn't like them because they're human, whether he wants to or not, but they are oppressing him and they are oppressing his people. So I don't feel like there's enough racism in there. And I feel like and I get it. It's hating a race, but it just doesn't feel like it has the ability to be called racism. Rather, it's prejudicism for me. And then when it's racism, you have the ability to change the lives of the people that you have racism over.
And that's kind of where I get at it being a semantic thing. And I want to point out, everybody in chat, there are people very, very strongly on both of their sides. And the reason I kind of glazed over us having a difference is because I really think we all agree principally in the same distinction between systemic and non-systemic bigotry. I will make very swingy statements about language because I have a very strong linguistic theory that I am very beholden to. That's a lot about utility of language. But I think that the version you're coming at this from is really common in academia and has a lot of backing that makes a lot of sense.
It's kind of more a historical perspective.
I think we don't need a poll. I think we just need to understand that me and Mama Drock are coming at this from very exactly the same perspectives, except where we put the definition on words. That is literally the
100%.
only difference.
And so I think a lot of times for people, semantic ambiguity makes them feel like you're not on the same side, but you can have different feelings about something, but believe that the intent behind it is just as bad.
Oh, absolutely. Like, both of us dislike systemic racism, even though I add the word
Really
systemic to it.
Yeah. So either way, I could totally understand why he freaking hates humans, and you totally understand what's happened to him and why he is unable to forgive them, but it's still crushing to find out that that's the thing that ends up killing him.
It is
that his hatred
crushing.
His hatred is the thing that keeps him from living. I'm sorry, that's crushing.
And he's learned to like human people, but not humankind.
Yes.
And that's that distinction, that he can save humans and understand there are humans like him, but the Navy he sees as a representation of humankind, and he can't bring it to not dislike them.
Yeah, exactly. And you can understand where he's coming from. You know why he feels this way, but you're just like, dude, we need many more years of Arlong. And this is when I think about this all the time, having that principled stand, because would Socrates be as well known today if he didn't agree to be put to death? I don't know. But did the world need more Socrates? Like, did the world need more Socrates? Maybe. But in this story, the world could have really done with more more Fisher Tiger.
Oh,
and
he
instead,
would have been a force for good. And
yes, instead the world was deprived of it because his prejudice, he could not move past it, and he could not let anything that wasn't fish blood inside of him, and because he still saw their blood as being intrinsically different. And that's that thing that we talk about, like, you have more in common with a person beside you who's a person of color than you might with the person beside you if you're European descent, who isn't of color, because melanin is only one component of DNA. And so I feel like, is that the same thing in this case? I don't know. But obviously, if you can give blood across, then this blood idea and the purity of your blood idea is ridiculous. And I think we have allowed blood, which is fascinating when you think about all the different Asian countries that have, like, they know a lot about a person because of what their blood type is, et cetera, et cetera. And then you go off to think about how, when I want to talk about my indigenous ancestry, you have to talk about what blood quantum is that. And then you want to talk about slaves in America, they're like, up until you are this amount or even one drop. And so him making such a big deal about blood in here isn't just because that's the way it is in one place, it's the way it is everywhere. And I love how beautifully he gets to point out, with a person that he made us love, like, everyone loves Fisher Tiger, we think Fisher Tiger is the best, and then our hero dies because he's unable to get through this idea of blood being different and pure. And I think that's a really good way of pointing out to people just how freaking asinine this idea is, that blood is the thing that separates us, and there is a purity of blood. I mean, we know how ridiculous that is. You know what happens when people of pure blood all have sex together and have babies? It's called hemophilia. That is a punishment of blood.
I mean, hemophilia is not explicitly what happened. That's what happened with one family, because that happened to be the genetic defect of that family, as well as the ability to see indigo, which is another thing that they had going on.
Okay, well, that might be worth it.
Well, no, that part's cool. Royals have a much higher chance to be able to see indigo properly.
That might be worth it.
Yeah, and only 10% of people have that gene. It's kind of cool. But I wanted to go, that brought something up that I wanted to go into that we talked about on the phone. Ad starting soon. Subs, you get my opinion. Mama Drock is for everybody. Subs get me. Something that I want to talk about on the phone was, I think the reason I've never seen any fiction invent blood types before. And the only reason I could think of for One Piece is that Oda is aware, of course he is, that blood type personality testing is the big pseudoscience people care about in Japan. That is the pseudoscience thing people use to sort human beings in Japan. The way that astrology is common here and phrenology is common elsewhere, blood type personality charts is a thing in Japan. And I think he wanted to be able to talk about blood and the need to give blood and realized, oh, I don't want to give these people blood types and invite a type of biases that people use to sort human beings into my arc about not sorting people, because it would create such a thematic tension, and people would be like, well, why are you giving these characters these blood types that indicate this personality type if you're trying to say this about them? So I think he invented blood types in One Piece to avoid that. It's the only explanation I have. How do you know if you can see indigo? If deep blue jeans look kind of purple to you, you have the gene to see indigo properly. I can't. Deep blue jeans to me look blue. Yeah. Yeah, we all have a single ancestor in Africa. Hey, while it's subtime, I'm going to talk about something that you brought up that I think is cool, or that something that I think is cool that something you brought up made me think of, which is the cool fact that because only one group of humans left Africa, there is more genetic diversity within like 2 little bits of Africa that are fairly close together than the rest of the world, because of the like 32, I think, distinct human groups that were in Africa, more or less genetically somewhat isolated, not obviously isolated, but somewhat isolated. Only one of them diversified into all the rest of humankind. So like most human genetic potential is in Africa exclusively. Isn't that crazy to think about? I just think that's wild.
That is wild to think about.
Yeah.
Are we done with commercials?
We're done with commercials as of exactly when you asked that, actually. That's funny.
Good, I'm done with commercials. It did let me go and let out the boy.
All right,
okay.
You have one of those too. You have also a boy.
Yeah. You know what? I think when we talk about our little girl who gets kidnapped, who, God, there's a lot of love for her. Everyone's like, Koala! I think one of the things, Pet the Dog, that's the most incredible about her is she kind of also juxtapositions something that happens with the princes, the 2 princes who end up like laughing and singing and being crazy weirdos, trying to keep their sister from having a traumatic shock.
You imagine
so
your
that
mom just died and you have to do that? Oh, I missed to give the boy the treat too, so I have to do that now.
Yeah, because she is a person who believes that if she stops laughing or if she stops doing exactly what she was told to do, that she will be hurt or killed or maimed. And that she smiles all the time and she's like, I can do this. I'm sorry. Everything is good and everything is bright. And that's the exact same way that the princes have to react down in Fishman. So we have a neat juxtaposition between Koala and the princes, because the princes, right after their mom is like, don't hate the person who killed me. And remember, it's really important that your sister doesn't have a shock. And they're like, okay, we're going to be happy. Everything's great. And they sing everything all the time. And they're conditioned to be kind of weird, singy, strange dudes because they have to, because that's how they're keeping their sister from having a shock. Just like Koala has to smile and be polite and clean everything and be helpful, or she'll be killed. And so it was really neat to me that I felt like these characters under and over the water were linked together.
There's so much symmetry that I didn't notice. Look, I have gotten a lot of the symbolic complexity from this arc before because I love symbolic writing, but you and chat are pointing out so many crazy things. I'm going to go do push-ups quick, but oh my God, there's so much more to it. Oh, the dog cam's already on. All right, you keep going. Bye.
Okay. And it also makes sense that Arlong is like, she's only Arlong is there and wanting to hurt her. And when he sees a child, he doesn't see a child. And I think that's really important, that he doesn't see children who are human as being anything that needs to be protected or helped. He just sees a child.
I should not have done tricep push-ups. No human being should ever have to do tricep push-ups. They're the worst, and especially not on a carpet. It kept slipping. Terrible decision, but I was committed to it. You there?
Are you done?
I'm done. What?
I was in the middle of talking about killing children.
Dude, we are getting, this is classic Mom Piece where we're getting like deep thematic analysis that people aren't used to.
So it was interesting that Arlong didn't see Koala as being a child. He saw Arlong as just being an enemy. And it tells you a lot about people. If you can sit and stare at a child and all you can see is a killer and a representative of somebody that you hate. Like I can't even imagine that. I was talking the other day because there's so much racism in Vancouver that people don't talk about, especially in Vancouver, and there was and only with specific groups. And there were these two old people just going gaga over this little kid who was a person of color. And they were like, "Are you the cutest little boy in the whole world?" And they were just literally going gaga. And I was like, it's amazing to me that amongst all the racism, if when people see children, suddenly they are like, okay, I am racist, but did you see how great this kid is? And they're able to love it. It reminds me of the way that suddenly a leper will take care of like a baby monkey. And I'm like, it's ridiculous to me that you can't just love this person all the time and you can only love a person if they're a kid. And yet Arlong is at a different level of hatred. He is at a level of hatred when he sees a child, he doesn't even see the protection or the nurturing or the natural instinct that would come to a person. All he sees is somebody who represents people who are his oppressors, and he hates and reviles her. And to me, that shows just how deeply his hate goes. And he was the person who taught the person I hate the most. I don't even know who I hate the most anymore. He creates such great people to hate.
Oda's great at making you just hate somebody, huh?
It's so quickly.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like I don't even know who I hate the most.
Hey, Hody, I can't hate anywhere near as much as Vanderdecken.
No, Vanderdecken is the most disgusting thing, but Hody is horrifying, and we'll get into the reasons why
is terrifying in a very specific way.
Yeah. It's because we're pirates. That's why they're afraid of us, because they don't know anything. Oh, God, that little kid is so sweet. I love that when they go to drop her off, though, in the town, after she says, "I'll tell everyone in the village, lots of fishmen are good people." And they're like, "Don't leave us, Koala. Oh, we love you. Take care." And they're all so sad. And he walks her all the way back to the town, and they're so happy. And boom, they shoot Tiger.
Apparently, Hody is the character Kaito shares a birthday with in One Piece.
I'm so sorry, Kaito. And then you move back. "Did you hear something, Mommy?" "Nope." And it just shows happy Koala sitting with her whole family while on board. "I'd rather die than have their blood inside of me." And Tiger slowly wilts to nothing.
It's so sad.
Ugh. But like, what better way to show racism and prejudice and hatred? Like they're screaming. You have old Jim saying, "You can live." And then to have Arlong end up spreading the word that it was because of humans that he died and that humans refused to give a transplant, and all of the stuff that went down there. It reminded me of how easy it is to feed people the lies that they want to hear. Like it takes so little and everything is repetition. Like when everyone is like, "Oh my god, this is exactly what's happening now." You're like, "Yeah, right, cuz somebody figured out it was a really, really good plan if you wanted to get things done, and we just continue to use those same plans."
Yay!
Yeah. Oh, someone shares a birthday with Koala. That's much nicer.
That's a much nicer birthday than Hody. Hey, Kaito, at least it's not Vanderdecken.
That is so true. You should be
I'm
grateful for that. A Minotaur from Impel Down. Has he really given birthdays to everybody?
Most characters. Hey guys, anyone born August 22nd, terrible news for you. You share a birthday with Vanderdecken.
I'm so sorry, every person who's in that
I'm so sorry,
position.
August 22nd. Your
Someone,
wife? Oh no.
my friend drew you some fish boys, Mama? Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out in a while. That's concerning too. I wonder what kind of fish boys.
Someone's August 21st. Great news. Not
Share her
Deccan. I'm not
birthday
gonna
with
look them all
Lucy's
up. I'm not gonna
pigeon.
look them all up, but 3 people are 1 day away from Vanderdecken. Incredible. 4th. That's 4 August 21st who are
Holy
1 day off
crap!
of
What's
Vanderdecken.
happening 9 weeks before August 21st?
That's
Wow.
amazing.
Then seeing everybody slowly pull their support away from the queen, and how when she dies, she
Michael's the
dies in a
turtle
place.
is 22nd.
How when she dies in a place where she is watching all the dreams that she built up, all the strength she put into her fight, all of the work that she's done be ripped away from her, and then in the midst of it, she in the midst of it, you have down comes Saint Myosgard, world noble celestial dragon, who she treats with kindness, and then afterwards he tries to pull all of his quote unquote slaves back and prove that they belong to him, even though she made sure that his life was saved. Then she brings him up and gets invited to go to well, she says eventually the reverie. Is that what it's called? No, what's the reverie?
The reverie is the event, yes.
Didn't you talk about there being some kind of real life reverie thing?
Yes, the meeting of a bunch of One Piece creators where they have a live stream and talk is called the reverie, named after the event in the series.
Almost like that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll be there one day. Don't you worry. When we catch up, we're gonna get our invite.
You think so, do you?
Hey, when I say I'll accomplish something, I will accomplish it. Let me tell you.
All right, then. I didn't really know of its existence, so I didn't say I'd accomplish it. But watching everything being taken away from her, having her believe in this, getting some days later the negotiation, able to appease the high-handed celestial dragons, and she comes down with so much deep belief in herself. And that's when we meet Vanderdecken, or as I'm going to call him, Salt and Vinegar. And when we meet Salt and Vinegar and he touches the baby, oh God.
Yep. Normal stuff.
I can't even. Just when she thinks that, maybe I can make a change despite everything that's happened, Queen Orihime has been shot. And I think it was absolutely incredible that they ended it the way they did. When they first did it, I was like, no, I want to be able to point to somebody. And it reminded me of the Martin Luther King moments, the idea that only through deep love and the pacifism that can you show other people the way of love and light, and that you can't teach somebody how to love by being cruel. And you can't teach somebody how to forgive by killing.
For all the similarities people put that Malcolm X is Fisher Tiger, Martin Luther King Jr. is Orihime, Malcolm X was killed by people who represented his movement, who he'd broken off from for deciding they were too reactionary and revolutionary. So there is definitely a bit of influence of both figures in both characters.
Yeah, there is. And I think that's important. I think that somebody like Oda, who holds no punches and holds every single country and every single background accountable for their actions, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, I'm just looking at all these characters that I hate, and I just can't believe how much he makes me.
Everyone's looking up their birthdays now.
Oh look, I share a birthday with one of the Arlong pirates.
Odie pulling a KKK thing was terrible. It's not great. We'll get to the point that I can talk about my opinions about what Hodie's doing and what it represents.
I really loved too that. Oh my God, these books smell so good. Everybody knows
manga paper. The only paper that smells better than manga paper is fresh out of a booster pack trading cards.
Like I don't understand how I'm supposed to get through the rest of this thing now that I smelt the books. Just give me a second with my book.
Is there going to be
please.
another drawing tonight? No, we decided last week that I started this really detailed thing because of a delete your art. And I was like, hey chat, do I have permission to just do one picture? And everyone was like, sure. We might in the new world have to occasionally like go a month without a new One Piece and start uploading things like the tier list videos in between. And I might do like longer term projects where over the course of an arc, I work on one piece of artwork. It'll separate post time skip a bit from pre time skip. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun to work on bigger stuff.
Okay.
All TCG
I
smell
love
good.
it's so good. I'm done smelling the book, but every time I flip a page over, I'm like, oh.
I don't play the One Piece TCG. I play Magic. I've heard the One Piece TCG is really good though.
Okay, I'm doing this now. Can I move forward?
You can move forward.
Excellent.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love how the king demands that
That's what
he's
I'm supposed to
locked
do.
away. So he's not allowed to murder the person who killed his wife, even though the person who killed his wife is dead, blah, blah, blah. But I love how his anger is too big. So he forces everyone to lock him away because he understands that it's imperative that he follows what would have been important to his wife. And then on comes the prince to say, Mother said that soon we would see the real sun. The next reverie is in 2 years. Maybe that's too soon for your hearts and minds to become as one. But there will be another one in 6 years and in 10, and we will realize our mother's dream, even if it takes the rest of our life. And then you see his big-headed sister, the Wazzy in the background, which is super important because the brothers are choosing to meet hatred with love, choosing to meet fear with hope. And because they do that in front of their little sister, and because the father doesn't allow himself to go out and just rampage, they teach somebody who turns out could be a weapon of destruction to the planet how to handle their grief, their anger, and their emotions, even in oppression, which is a really huge feeling of pacifism. And I adore it, but it's pacifism in a much better way. It isn't just pacifism for pacifism's sake. It's pacifism for the sake of actually creating peace and freedom for your people. And I just adored that. It was so beautiful. Their fish types matter. One's an oarfish too. What are we going on about? I can't read
What's the
this.
symbolism of an oarfish, guys? You can't just say one's an oarfish. I don't know what I know animal facts about oarfish. I know no symbolism about oarfish.
People are now going into the symbolism of an oarfish.
One Piece TCG is amazing. I would love the art. Look, I've heard good things. No human should be able to afford multiple trading card games. You know you make too much money if you can afford multiple TCGs. Anyone who plays both Magic and Warhammer also makes too much money. That's the rule.
The oarfish.
I know oarfish, the fish. I don't know what they symbolize.
I'm telling you right now, be quiet. The oarfish is associated with the symbolism of mystery, the depth of spirituality due to the elusive nature of the deep sea habitat. In various cultures, it has been seen as a symbol of transformation, prophecy, and good fortune, while in others, it's regarded as an omen of disaster or impending natural event. Its long ribbon-like appearance has led to interpretations. It represents serenity, flexibility, and adaptability.
Oh, that's very nice.
Who are they saying is an oarfish?
One of the brothers who's all like laughy singy.
Oh, the skinny one who does the laughy laughies and the weird face that kind of looks
one of the
like
don't blow up the planet ones, yeah.
Don't blow up the planet.
Something deeply satisfying to me about the fact that the two characters with the greatest destructive potential in One Piece are Blackbeard and Shirahoshi.
Shirahoshi, Wazzy Hoshi is my very favorite. She is so incredible.
I love her so much. She's like a top 20 character for me.
Wazzy Hoshi is awesome. My favorite part in this though is where, so please don't apologize to me about my when she says, it's true that I suffered, Nami is the person, terribly because of Arlong, but I met some great people because of that. You mean me, Nami? Okay, Sanji, get over it. It's all connected, and I can't hate you just because you're a fishman, so please don't apologize to me about my life. It's not all that bad. I'm having a lot of fun now. And then, Nami, your words touch me so deeply. Thank you. And then Nami says his conscience was tormenting him. And I love that. Good for you, Nami. You bring joy to the people. Joy to the people. You know what I think is really interesting about Hody Jones?
Yeah, I
I don't know
know
why.
everything you think is fascinating about Hody Jones for sure.
He's disgusting looking. I'm not gonna lie. They
Uh-huh.
gave him out of the fishmen. They gave him a less appealing look, and I like that that was very intentional because we're supposed to hate him immediately. But I think that people underplay his evilness because he ends up being the type of person who is evil and has never actually had any oppression done to them.
Mhm.
Just so you know, if you have a very punchable face, every single German who's a fan of our show right now, plug your ears because this will hurt you when I say it. It's Backpfeifengesicht. It's a face in
Our
need of
favorite,
fist.
our favorite phrase that we're so good at pronouncing.
Backpfeifengesicht is a face in need of a fist. And yes, that is his face. And if you were a German, you can just suck it up. I'm not a German. That's how it's going to be done.
Mama's doing her best to be incredibly good at pronouncing German, and all the Germans in chat are like, wow, he said that literally perfectly. Crazy
love
how
it.
perfect she is at pronouncing it.
That's exactly what they said.
Baltuck says the first one was better.
It's also incredible because when he's doing the hatred, the first thing that he makes them do is walk over and stand on a picture of the queen. And I'm like, well, that's dumb. Anyone can stand on the picture of the queen. And people will just be like, okay, she'll forgive me. It's not like she's going to be like, I'm going to come back. Yeah. And
People
then
take
he finds
symbolism
the
of
bucket
royals so seriously.
full of the different people, literally flawless to me, who also don't speak. And then he finds the bucket after he captures the king and wraps him in chains of the list of the traitors that he took from all the people who wanted. I found something very interesting here at the Ryu Castle. 10 years ago, Queen Atahime risked her life to get the letters from the Celestial Dragons. And then he finds all the list of the people who signed up who would like to go up. And he goes, and now this is the list of traitors. And I was like, well, at least he is absolutely the owner of Backpfeifengesicht, Oda. At least that's a better way to find your people. But he did do that slow villain thing, which I just, whatever. When you
What?
hang people in a cage and then the water slowly rises, if you don't get your friends, they will be drowned. Or you could just slit their neck. I mean, or just push them outside of the
Look,
castle.
he's got a flair for the dramatic. He takes after Arlong. Arlong's his role model.
There is a lot of better ways to do this. I mean, yeah, does it you could tell them that they're there and then just kill them. It was true James Bonding. I was like, oh, come on, man. Just give them a little boom, boom, dead. Now move on with your life.
We aren't at the point where I feel like I should talk about it yet, but if you're expecting logic from someone who, while not technically a fascist, is basically a fascism allegory, you were expecting the wrong thing from the wrong kind of person.
Yeah, well, you can kill them a lot quicker. I'm just saying, if
Absolutely.
if I was an evil person, this is not how I would choose to kill people. I want you to know that in my evil arc, in Drachmama Dark, I am not leaving anyone to drown in slow lifting water.
Hey, and that's why you're going to be the best villain we've seen. When it's your time to be a supervillain, no one's going to be ready.
It's your time to shine. You are the villain.
Yeah.
So I just want you to tell.
Look how weak you are. You can't swim. Yeah, that's the whole thing. He wants to flex on how weak humans are that they can drown.
Look at it. You're gonna not swim, but then just grab the humans and swim them outside the bubble of fishmen and then let them just be dead.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Also,
because guess what happens out of there?
Most people, or water pressure will kill most people just real quick by doing that.
Exactly. All you have to do is push them outside and then they will be dead.
Y'all are wildly resistant to water pressure in a way that humans are not. That'd be so much easier.
Yeah, exactly. Dead. I love that Robin goes and finds the poneglyph, which was mysteriously easy to find, is at the bottom of the water. Don't love that the arc is called Noah, but whatever. And then when she finds it, we hear about Joy Boy. So then you told me I'm not allowed to look up Joy Boy because you said there's so little information on it that if I try to look it up, that it would immediately tell me about Joy Boy. So I chat GPT'd and told chat GPT I wanted to know about Joy Boy, but it wasn't allowed to tell me anything about One Piece.
About One Piece. That's a disclude One Piece in the answer.
Yes, I said, where is it? Because it was super, super funny. Joyous music, Joy Boy, One Piece. Here it goes. Who is Joy Boy? Disclude any information from One Piece. And then it said, Joy Boy is only a character within One Piece series. I can't provide any specific information without referencing details. And I was like,
yeah. So
damn.
Someone had previously sent an article, but when I looked through, hey guys, y'all got to get better at deciphering what articles are AI written, because it very clearly was AI written. So some of the information came from real sources, but a lot of it was conflating information from further into One Piece with information from the actual Caribbean myth. So I'll tell you what I found that I could confirm came from books on mythology. So I mean, I told you, and that basically amounts to Joy Boy is a figure of myth that was a bringer of joy, would force people to dance until their troubles had gone away, and he represented freedom and hope for enslaved people in the Caribbean. That is what we can confirm to be true. He bangs on his drum, he plays a tune that you can't help but dance to, and he represents freedom, and some mythologies associate him with creation mythologies.
Yeah, so drum. I hear drum when I hear
it's
that.
West African and Caribbean, yes.
Yeah. And so when
the
I
name
hear
Joy Boy
drum,
was Caribbean, though,
I
because it was
start
an
to
English
think
translation.
about all the different musical instruments and the way that now we've got Brooke, who's all about music and is actually, we found out later, using a music as a form of weaponry, and then the big giant bell that brings joy inside of Skypiea, and then two islands that are a type of drum island. There's a dark drum island, and then there's the drum
that's
island.
True. I didn't even think about that. It's kind of cool how you've been on about joy being important, and then there's like a major character from the Void Century now whose name is Joy, and we've all been waiting for you to get to this to be like, what's Mama gonna think when she gets to Joy Boy? And there you go, you got him. He's here. You found out that there's a guy whose name is Joy Boy.
What's Mama supposed to think? Mama has 5.5 sentences about this freaking dude. But now I'm like, this is what I was talking to you about before, that I said that I think that the way to defeat the darkness and defeat the people who are oppressing isn't through hate, isn't through war, it's through love and through joy. And so in this arc, we see people who love our Wazi Hoshi so much that they will force themselves to have happy faces and songs to pull her out to the other side. And in this arc, we see Joy Boy, and that all we know about him is that he's Joy Boy. If you look it up, you can find that he uses music to take away the unhappiness. And so I think that Joy Boy and the arc, that the ultimate weapon is going to be some sort of music, some sort of joy, some sort of dancing. There's going to be something in there that the world is going to be connected through joy, through sound. And I don't know how that's going to go yet.
So a guy who did the deep dive on the subreddit, first of all, or on the Discord, thank you for all of that, confirmed that I was kind of right about where the line is drawn about what was on the internet from books. And I kind of got the line right of when things started to be merging One Piece mythos with the real mythology.
I see. Okay, good to know. I want to be able to look things up, and it's hard not to.
Yeah, but you genuinely just can't. I've given you all of the internet's information that doesn't come from One Piece, basically.
If you weren't around, I wouldn't even know not to.
Tell you what, before I graduate, how about I go to my university and I see if I can find some books on African and Caribbean mythology?
I'd love that.
Because there might be some stuff in some old books that hasn't been digitized yet. That way we can get some extra information.
I would love that.
People are saying, bro, just catch up. But Mama doesn't just want what the One Piece series. So many of Mama's really good guesses have come not from the series itself, but by looking at reference points of mythology from the series. So there is more to gain from looking at the mythology than just catching up. So I actually think me doing some research and reading at my university is a good idea for the type of predictions Mama likes to make. And
it's not just about catching up for me. Like, I'm not just trying to rush ahead and have Oda tell me. I feel like Oda has done this beautiful job of laying an intricate map of all of the things that he's gonna talk about and all the richness of his thinking, and I feel like what I'm doing is picking up crumbs and being like, "Okay, baby, what is this supposed to mean?"
And people are now saying, is Oda likely to have had stuff that wasn't digitized yet before? And I'm going to say 100% yes, because he has assistants. And I think Oda gets a lot of his mythological material from talking to assistants, because he is clearly politically aware and aware of history in a way that anyone who works as much as he does can't really do based off of their own research. So I genuinely do think the only way One Piece being as like referential as it is to history and mythology is that he has research help. So I think it absolutely makes sense that he would have information that comes not just from the series.
I hope so.
1 minute ad. We're in an ad now.
Are we in an ad?
Apparently the ad started right as I said. All I'll say about it is funny.
It's lame. I hate the ad.
We're in an ad. Hello, everybody who's a sub. Did you know that you guys are really cool?
Everybody is really cool. You know what I have here?
What's that?
I have Kit Kat minis and Score minis your dad bought me.
That's pretty sick. I got a new charger for my computer, and it only works sometimes. The computer I use to watch chat, so I might have to switch to my phone soon. I'm going to be buying a new tablet in a few months.
Hey,
so that
Luciano, you don't have to feel bad. We're okay, bro.
Genuinely. I've said it before, I'll say it over and over again. I am grateful for every sub, and I never judge people for not subbing, because there was a long time where I didn't have the money to support creators I liked, and that's just how it is. I know that if people can, they will, because people value the creators that they care about and whose work they like. So if you don't, I assume you can't, and that's all okay. Everyone who does is so appreciated, and everyone who doesn't, I know that if you were able to, you would.
I know I did not read anything or watch anything on the thing today. I have been a very busy teacher in a whole different way. We're making a movie in my school, and so it is like wildly all consuming.
We were talking about subs. Should we get back to the story?
No.
Okay, cool.
That's it. That's where I'm ending.
What do you want to talk about?
What were we talking about earlier before we started the stream?
Before we started the stream? Songs. Yeah, we were talking about tragically hip songs. Does anyone want a cool anecdote about Bellamy?
No.
Oh, they don't want to hear about Bat Chaser Bellamy?
I'll go ahead and tell him that, and then I will talk about the story again.
Last night, I had to do the call I do to catch up with Mama before stream outside because the dog. Because sad news, my wife got in a small car accident, had whiplash, and was going to bed early to sleep it off. So I went outside to talk to my mom about the series before today's stream. My wife is doing okay, by the way. Very stiff, pain, going to be all right, which is very good. Anyways, I was outside in the school field across the street from where I live, and there were bats circling the field, and they started to swoop down just a little bit in front of him and squeak at him, and they would start to chase him. And I don't know if that was their plan or just happenstance, but I think him running through the field was kicking up all the bugs hiding in the dirt or the grass and getting them to flee and start to fly away, because the second bat would start to swoop behind him. And I think it was hunting bugs that were flying up out of the grass behind him. It was too dark to really tell, but I think they were basically, after a while, using him to help them hunt, because they'd fly in front of him, he'd be like, bats, and he'd run after them, and the other one would be like following behind and just eating bugs. I think it happened by accident. Yes, I know you can get rabies by touching a bat, but bats who are rabid usually don't travel in a group, and there's two of them. When there's two bats together, because rabies makes it difficult to function socially, I feel like I'm safe to be around bats. Bats are cute, and I like them. Let me like bats, Lav. Anyways, we should get back to the story.
Let me like bats, Lav is now one of my very favorite sentences I've heard in a long time.
They're cute. I like them. They're good little guys.
Let me like bats, Lav.
They're just good little babies.
All right, am I allowed to talk about One Piece now?
We're allowed to talk about One Piece.
Okay, here we go. I love the fight that we have
That hasn't
between
responded.
Luffy and Old
So
Jim.
bad.
It's really important because
Because
Old
I'm
Jim
mean
is
to
making a
laugh,
whole
and
bunch of
responding. Oh
points.
no.
Pardon?
Word I was mean to laugh. They're not responding. Oh no.
You be
Oh,
quiet.
whatever. Let's keep moving. I'm sorry.
I think it's very, very important because he brings up all sorts of points that I don't think that just anyone would understand. You kept refusing to tell us who roughed you up, blah, 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 blah. And then he says, just get out of the way, Jinbei. I said I'm gonna go. I won't let you take care of this. And I'll just beat you up. Stop it, both of you. And then he gets to talk about things that otherwise people might not understand. The fact that if you go and you just kick his ass, you're going to give him the feeling of being a martyr, and people are going to be on his side. And right now, if they think of you as the person who is responsible for Arlong going down, they're going to see this as you stepping in Fishman territory, and they're not going to see you as a savior. Like, it has to be done in a very specific way. You can't just rush in there, because this is something I talk to kids about when I'm teaching First Nations, British Columbia First Nations 12, is that you're not trying to jump in and do all the things for people. You need to do it with people, or you need to help to make space and then let people stand for themselves. But you're there to help clear the space. And so Luffy was just Luffying and just trying to take over and do all the things. And he's saying, like, yeah, that's not going to get anything done. I don't think you're understanding what that can look like if you just rush in. If you Leroy Jenkins this, then it's going to go to shit. So I need you to slow your roll and let us come up with a plan that works, so that in the end, people don't see you as being entirely horrible person who first took down poor Arlong and has now martyred somebody who's an actual piece of crap. And so this was a really, really important moment. And I often feel that Luffy Leroy Jenkins crap. So it was really cool to get to see him being pulled back in such a great way, because it really felt adjacent to the way that Vivi would talk to him, and that Vivi would teach him how to be a leader. And so when you're looking at this, you're thinking like, hell's yeah, having Old Jim here, now he has a different kind of mentorship. First, he had a mentorship peer to peer, but peer in a way that you have somebody who's been trained on how to be a leader for many years by many people. And now you're having that mentorship by somebody who is an elder, who's saying to you, slow your roll, oh boy, let me talk to you and show you what it looks like to lead in a good way, and to have these difficult conversations, and to walk within the shadow of racism and prejudice. You can't just do things the way you think you have to. And so it's great because we see the impact this has on our Luffy. And it's these moments that really, and I hate saying this, differentiate him from Ace as a leader and as a potential king of the pirates. Because he realizes all the time, if I am going to be king of the pirates, then yeah, I am going to have to make some changes in different directions. And he's right. So what does it look like for me to listen to Old Jim?
I love how much Luffy listening and taking advice from people who teach him how to be a leader does play into his character. Vivi and Jinbei, it feels like fundamentally change Luffy, and Vivi taught him how to lead a small crew, but this is his first step in learning how to be the pirate king. This is someone teaching him how to
Yes.
lead a massive group of people.
Yes.
And more growth for our boy. People undersell Luffy as this simple character who doesn't change. Is he simple? Yes, but there's nuance to him, and he learns and grows in really meaningful ways. I'm just having to switch to my phone because my computer's dying. I'm going to be buying a tablet that I can use as a
I
second monitor
definitely
soon.
think that Luffy is smarter than Zoro.
Really? What a question. What a difficult thing to really
Well, look
describe
what
though.
Luffy did to his arm. And look how Zoro didn't understand
I
it.
thought that was Rayleigh's idea though.
When they were going,
Yeah, I
didn't
thought it was
Luffy say,
Rayleigh's
I'm
idea
going to
for
go blah, blah, blah?
I think so.
I don't know. We need to look it up.
It was
But
Rayleigh's idea. Okay.
smarter but less mature? Sure. I think Luffy is smarter than Zoro.
Interesting. He definitely has something Zoro doesn't, which is a field of intelligence he's very competent in, because Zoro doesn't have Luffy's insane emotional intelligence.
Yeah. I would agree that they have different kind of smarts. Let's do a smart poll. I really do think they have a different kind of smart. But I think Zoro kind of has revolved his entire life around this kind of one idea of
I
being
also
a great.
think it is
What?
genuinely wild to be worse at navigating than Luffy, who runs in a coldish direction. But Zoro manages
I
to
do
be
feel like
worse than
Zoro
Luffy.
is getting stupider as this goes on. I can't believe how Oda just did Zoro dirty when he was like staring at the newspaper and he's like, I just can't possibly figure out what this means.
I mean, he is kind of a meathead. He always has been. He's just like, okay, no, you say that, but let's also point out he was asked to keep the ship straight in like chapter 4 or whatever, and Nami was like, hey, we're way off course. Did you keep the ship straight? And he's like, oh yeah, I followed that cloud.
Yep.
So he's
And
always been kind of a meathead.
there's a bunch of things he couldn't figure out on his own. Yeah, he does have kinesthetic intelligence. Hey, Merylmitz, it's very interesting. I see you. Gartner's multiple intelligence. Okay. When we're looking at this, I was so excited to find out that our good boy Brook could send his frickin' soul off.
Yeah, he's ghost mode now.
Don't say yeah as if that's a normal thing. That's
Cool.
freaking incredible.
It's
High
very
five,
cool.
Brook. You
We were
are.
talking... Yeah, you go first.
Brook is now so much cooler to me that he can just be like, oh, you want to go see what's inside of there? Why don't I just go send my soul? I mentioned, think about all the ways that can be useful for people who are superstitious, or if you want to pretend to be a dead person that's already gone, and then you want to fool them and get information and be like, oh, it's me, your mother, and then have them tell you things. Or if you need to scare people out of a room, or if you want to tell people something about their future and you want to pretend to be a ghost and be like, I am your future, be good. Like, do you know the ways I could use that?
Of Christmas past. It does. You say, do you know the ways I could use that? And you listed almost exclusively ways to gaslight people. So I'm guessing gaslighting people.
I'm talking about if you are a straw hat.
I'm guessing gaslight people.
Good. I'm glad we had this talk.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I am the ghost of Christmas future. Give me $20.
Wait, January 22nd is the Mary's birthday?
That's close. It's close to your...
That's close. It's so close.
What if yours is a terrible character? What if yours is like Wanzi?
Oh my god. What if Pearl and I have the same birthday?
You don't know that you don't yet.
I don't want to look it up now. I'm scared.
It could be. It could be anybody.
I'm scared. Somebody find out when Pearl's birthday is.
Move this back.
Oh my god. That would be the worst. You can look up Pearl's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
Pearl's birthday and tell us Pearl's birthday. That's what matters. You don't need to know when Mama's birthday is. We just need to know when Pearl is.
No one gets to know when my birthday is. It's a secret. Secret,
I say.
That's a secret.
Where
July
are we?
11th?
So Hody's doing his plan. He's like, hey, everybody, I'm doing a terrorism. You know what? Okay. So I know that because I am a left-leaning person, me shouting fascist feels like a thing that everybody does. But I want to talk about why Hody is a fascist allegory, even though technically he's not a fascist, because he's not overthrowing a republic. Like, this is not a democratic republic. This is a monarchy.
He represents
fascism because he is channeling the vitriol and anger of young men along the lines of racial prejudice to overthrow a government into a xenophobic militant state. And I think a lot of what we see from him, a lot of the writing around him, is meant to evoke fascist radicalization and fascist hate movements. I genuinely believe that. That's all. That's simple. I just think before we get into Hody's thing, I wanted to say that. No, fascist isn't just a buzzword. That's what I'm saying. Like, fascism exists. It's not just a buzzword. Fascism is a real ideology that exists that and us versus them mentality should be the primary governing factor of a country, and it should supersede you should supersede bureaucracy for the sake of a gut instinct emotional revelry in the contempt of the other in favor of the protection of the self. That is fascist ideology, and Hody does represent it. The reason it's a touchy word to use is because it's used as a buzzword that people throw around all over the place, but it means a very specific thing. And while not technically fascist, because he's not overthrowing a democratic republic, Hody's ideology is exactly in line with fascist ideology. And I think that is relevant to a lot of the symbology we get.
It's been turned into a buzzword for the purpose of making it less meaningful.
Exactly.
Okay, here we go. So we're going into the war. There's a whole bunch of people. The giant squid man. What's his name? Ikaro Mood? I don't know. I can't read it. He has many arms. He's a dude. I don't like him. I don't like a lot of people who are fighting in this, but I do really enjoy the dude who camouflages himself on the ground because
But it's such a dumb bit.
It's not dumb. It is the best bit ever.
I feel
when he says, "How do you like my attack on the bottom of your foot? I've been attacking the bottom of your foot with my face for minutes now."
It's really dumb, but it's very, very funny.
Soul headbutt. It's so good. Everything that he does is just so awesome. I love him. He's gross.
Everyone has like a strategy of how they beat the superpower they're up against. Like Chopper and Usopp are like, we've fought this kind of enemy before. And Brook is like, well, I can't wait to figure out how I need to think around my opponent. And he's just so bad at using camouflage. Like, it's just a dude who has no idea how to make the most of his power at all.
Absolutely. I do like, though, that when we have... I do like that when we have Luffy finally get in line and follow their advice. Luffy coming out of the mouth of the freaking shark is brilliant. And then it happening after people were like, "Save us, Luffy, save us." And he's like, "Oh, did somebody say Luffy?" And comes rolling out of the shark. You're like, God damn, that's brilliant. That's
when all hope seems lost, the people they care about are about to die. Luffy rockets out of a giant shark and kicks a fish in the face.
It's so good. And it's the perfect entrance for that.
It's fantastic.
And the fight here, I was thinking after we got over the time skip and we got to see some of the things as we were going down and stuff, and I was like, the fights here, January 23rd, Roxanne, Barati customer, redacted ×3, same arc, redacted. What?
Oh, characters who don't exist yet is what they're saying.
All right.
Like characters you don't get to know about yet are... If they're not spoiler names, I think you can say the names so that Mama knows when she meets them. If they are spoiler names, like names that alone are spoilers, don't. This is not a general rule. I don't want there to be conversation about characters we haven't met yet, but just for saying what she shares a birthday with, I think you can just say the name.
Tell me who I share birthdays with.
Unless the name itself is a spoiler, because some characters, that's the case.
But this fight that we're having, and you and I talked about this before, I think that our Straw Hats could have done okay in this fight. Not excellent, but they could have done okay. They would have been in a very bad position. It wasn't the strongest fight they've ever had to be in, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And the way that we put it is, yeah, you said it would be not their hardest challenge, but a hard challenge if this was like them pre-time skip showing up here.
Yeah, exactly. And so... I think that we could have done it. So because of that, that's perfect because it lets us see some of the new abilities of our Straw Hats now because they're like, okay, do you want to see some of the things they can do? And I'm like, yes, please. And Brook brings it, like Brook's cold sword coming right out of him like that.
When we were talking about which characters had the coolest new moves post time skip, your team Brook, right?
I actually don't know. Give me a minute going through the fight and then I'll decide, okay? Because you and I both agree that we're a little bit disappointed that Usopp didn't put more of his Tinker alchemist into his new powers.
Like, I love pop greens. I just wish he had more than just pop greens now. Like, I want the
I would
mix
have
of
liked to
old and
see
new.
like him put a specific poison or darts inside of some of his flowers, and you step on them and they burst open and boom, they put stuff everywhere. Or I would have liked to have seen him attach like a dial that when it opens up, it screams a name, and that plant can go anywhere and make you think that the person is moving. Like, there's so many ways that you could do something with it. So I kind of a little sad because I like the idea of Usopp keeping that as part of his character, having that amazing aspect that he had prior to getting this talent that he got in those 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't like to see him waste all the time that he made. But Brooks freezing his cold stuff in his shot is amazing. The Zoro is one of my favorite characters, and yet and his
Character-wise, I
tornado
love him.
cut is great, and he's amazing. But yeah, it's not one of my favorite
It's
glow up
just
moments.
it's
Like,
just swords. Like,
it's more sorting.
it's more
Yeah, I know
swords.
there's
He's
Infinite
sorting.
Wolf is in the dial thing, but I want more.
Usopp just feels like it's not quite enough of a fusion of his new and old.
Chopper's ability to move through all of his different levels without even taking a ball is incredible.
It's pretty cool.
And
pretty cool.
Frankie, and Chopper using the talent of going under and using his horns to dig through things, incredible. Robin's is amazing though, because Robin, when we say she can just grow clones, she can be trapped inside of something and create a whole new her outside.
I am team Robin. Robin's my favorite post-time skip power up. Robin's new powers are so cool. Clones and giant limbs are rad as hell.
Okay, but Robin being able to put her whole self outside of the net means that trapping Robin or putting Robin in a cage or having Robin in another room and keeping her from her friends does nothing. She's just like, new Robin, here I am, bitch.
Even if a cage is sea stone, she doesn't need to touch the bars to grow a clone on the other side of the bars.
Stands in the middle. And the giant limbs were fantastic and getting to jump all over everyone. But I think that we can't let Nami's contribution be outstripped, because Nami learned from the best from Enru about how frightening lightning can be and how difficult lightning is to fight. She killed more people. She killed more people than Eminem, or sorry, not than Robin. She put out all those clouds, each one becoming lightning, each one going down onto the ground and electrical shocking everyone. Why did you smile directly at the camera, you creepy creeperson?
Because I made a funny joke.
Oh, it happened so much later.
You have a delay. I did that after I said very, very frightening.
Oh, thunderbolts and lightning.
Yeah.
You're hilarious. How
I'm
do you
so
sleep
funny
at night?
It's why I'm a professional semi-professional entertainer, is because of how funny I am. Everyone loves my jokes.
Oh my god, I'm a semi-professional entertainer too.
That's actually so true. So far, like you said, you've been paid in manga.
I've been paid in manga.
And like a couple lunches.
Frankie. So there's Nami, and hers is really cool. And Nami's become kind of amazing. And then Frankie not only has the different machines that he brings out, not only has the mods to his own body, but then he has the mod where he gets to be in the center of it, like mech.
The General Frankie Shogun.
What the shit, man? He could come out of the bottom of the sea and take over a freaking country with that. Like, that's good stuff, man.
I do love the Frankie Shogun. I think it's very cool. Even if there's the funny bit for this scene where he's like, it has so many powers, but he's opening the door to do them all with his normal body.
But you know what's amazing about Sanji is they downplayed it, because Sanji ran up into the damn air just like CP9.
He did. He learned.
And so for me, that helps to give me more evidence that Sanji is using haki inside of his cooking. Because
I don't know where the connection is there, but let's hear it out. Let's hear out what you got.
Okay. So if Sanji is learning how to cook in his free time, or all the time, with Ivankov, and is learning the specific techniques in order to give these different types of foods that Ivankov was teaching him about, the ability to give strength, the ability to change somebody's feelings, all these different things, I believe that would have a lot of haki in it that was being applied inside of the food. And then I asked the question, because we had that question about haki. Is it possible that haki doesn't actually have different categorizations? It's just that people have categorized some of the things that people have used haki for and now think that it's in categories. But just like anything else, maybe if somebody plays with haki, they can find a new way that it can be used that isn't in a category that they already have. And I said, for instance, what category would you call cooking? And so I think that it shows that he had been using haki, because then when he's running away from all the people on the island, and he said, and I just ran and ran and I ended up running out of room, so I ran up. If you are Sanji and you have been using haki every day, not knowing that's what you were tapping into, and you had Ivankov teaching you how to dig into your abilities and how to focus into the cooking and maybe apply what you wanted to happen into the cooking, and they were using all these different methods every day, but they didn't call it haki. And then he realized he ran out, and he was able to tap into that same pool of energy or power or will, because it was the will to move up. And if you had been using that will within in your world every day while you were cooking, and it was something that you were doing, then of course it makes sense to me that you would be able to tap into it and run up. So for me, it showed me that it was possible that he had been surrounding himself in haki every day, using it in his cooking, and that's why he was able to tap into it when he was trying to run away and started going up. And also, he had seen CP9 do it before, but he didn't know how it was done. And then suddenly he was like, I just understood that I could run up. He couldn't have just taught himself to run up after he had seen CP9, even if he had been in great danger. The reason that he was suddenly able to do it is because he also learned how to tap into something that was inside of him he didn't have before when he met CP9. He is a different person now through the time that he spent with Ivankov learning how to cook in this way. And so I think that it kind of shows that that might be what's going on with the cooking.
Okay, I could see it. I also think we were talking a bit about this, about how both of us have the same perspective on haki of like, it is a thing that your culture shapes your perspective of, and what we've been seeing so far with, there's these two types, armament and observation, and then your super special boy, third type of conquerors, that those are how you will see what is available with haki if that is what you are taught to put effort into. But we see people being surprised by how haki works for certain people, like when people are surprised by the way that Luffy uses observation to sense emotion. I think it is definitely a power system with a little bit more softness to it. People say they think the 6 powers are haki. CP9 was trained in it. That's actually unconfirmed. The thing that people said confirmed that it was true was actually a note from a translator. It was his assumption that they're one and the same. It's not yet confirmed. I think likely they are accessing the same power. Some people think it's just martial arts. It's very debated whether or not the 6 powers are haki related. I definitely think at the very least, the special one Lucci does where he puts his fist together is. But I think haki is a thing where there is more softness to it than the way it's pitched to us for certain, which is why I'm not saying you're 100% wrong that he's putting haki into his cooking. I'm just not convinced yet, as much as I think it's very possible.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm convinced.
That's fair. I welcome you being convinced.
I'm convinced for now because this pedal goes upping it, but I could change my mind later.
Sanji's cooking with haki. Pedal up.
Pedal up. So for me, Sanji doing that also started to make me think about how many times they talk about the sheen on him or the this on him. And it started to make me think that light is going to be a real key to haki powers in the future. Or we're going to find out more about that, because we found out that, who was it? Who's the kid with the colors? The kid with the colors.
Miss Golden Week.
Miss Golden Week. Because Miss Golden Week uses colors as a way of manipulating people's emotions and as a way of manipulating what happens and strengths and traps and etc. And all color is the separation of light, and the ability to see different colors is just separating the light and having the colors absorbed and the other colors come off. And so it started to make me think that in the future, we're going to find out more about how hockey is related to light. And that's going to be important. Why is that going to be important, Mama Truck? Thank you for asking. I will tell you. It's going to be important because Luffy is going to be a sun god. I've already said it 1,000 ways, and I will say it 1,000 more.
You have often said that your boy Luffy is going to be some sort of mythological
My
sun
boy.
deity.
My boy is a sun god. And so because of that, if you're a sun god and
him
you
your boy
are
like that, sorry, just made me think about how funny it would be. Just Bobby Hill, I'm a sun god, Dad.
God. Moving on.
How could I not think of that the way you put it? Okay,
Moving
Dad, I'm a sun god.
Are you done?
Hey, bad news. The ad started.
Did you say you haven't heard Mama say Luffy?
Is someone saying they haven't heard you say that before? Because you've been saying it like nearly every episode since like pt.2 or Jaya, since Jaya. So that's episode 8. Ever since episode 8, you've said it almost every episode.
Yeah, because I just want to keep putting out there how ridiculous it is that he's laid out so many. I haven't even said them. I've written them down in case anyone's like, rrr, rrr, rrr. There are like 6 sun god references in this arc alone.
There's maybe a couple references to there being some kind of sun god here.
Oh my God.
Some kind of little references maybe happened, but who's to say what that means?
Oh my God.
Look, at this point, I don't know how to react to you saying it, because let's say you're wrong. Either you're wrong about Luffy being a sun god, and me, like, you saying it this often, I need to be
first mention the idea of a sun god in Little Garden.
And if you're right, I can't like confirm it because that changes how you read the series. Like, I don't have a way I can react to this is what I'm saying. Whether you're right or wrong, it's such a big thing to have committed to that there is no right option for me at this point. So I just say funny shit. I just say noises basically when you start talking about it. Like, what else is there to do at this point?
Mama said Luffy was a god at Logtown. I did say he was a god at
something divine at Logtown, and you said sun god in Jaya.
This person said I mentioned a sun god in Little Garden.
You did mention a sun god in Little Garden, because to me, you'd mention the possibility of a sun god. And then
Mama said Luffy is a sun god in Arlong Park.
I don't remember that. I'm gonna need a clip of that. It's been a long time though. And what I'm saying is I don't have an option for how to talk about it. There's no
Okay. That's fine. No, you just sit in your own little world in your own little world. Evil Black Drum Kingdom. We'll think about that. Are we back with people yet?
This is, yeah, the ads are over, I think.
Oh, good. Okay, so if Luffy is a sun god, which he is, then we are going to have Luffy being able to have so much more control over light. And light is power. And to me, Haki is light, because we know that Miss Golden Week uses Haki within her colors. And that was, she was one of the reasons that I was like, there's something else here. My kids keep learning things on their own, and they keep using something that seems to be just their will in order to build themselves up. And then all of you guys later on, when we were inside of Little Garden, told me, yeah, no, the thing that she's doing isn't because of a devil fruit. We have been told it's something else. And so I'm like, okay, there's something else out there with power, but it isn't related to a fruit. And so it started to make me think of this other thing. And how is she able to control color? So color to me, it only exists through light. So in order to have, and it's not just to me, that's just science. And if you don't like it, yeah, science. And so
science, bitch.
Science, bitches. And so because of this, I think that Luffy is definitely 100% going to have an even bigger ability to access Haki than other people, because if he's the sun god, he's going to be able to break apart that light to use the color of in his own way. And it's kind of funny because my friend always talks about the feeling of Zen and the what's it called? The ability of calming. I'll come to it again. But she also always says to her, it is the light reflecting on water, the light coming off of trees. And she always says that the light is the thing that brings the power. And so it kind of reminds me of that exact same thing. And it is a Japanese principle that I'm going to get into next time, but I'm not going to get into this time.
Sure.
Why? I don't want to. You can't make me. I do what I want.
I was going to say we're still almost near the end, but we actually have like 2 hours left. We're moving at a pretty decent clip today. Doesn't it feel weird when we do a good job at getting through it?
Yeah, it's odd.
Like
I'm like, what are we doing?
I'm so used to us making like no progress per minute.
That's what it is. My friend says chi to her is the light reflecting off of water, the light reflecting off of trees. It's chi is light. And so chi is light and sun is life. And so for me, the haki kind of becomes life is the force of the sun, and Luffy is going to have the ability to manipulate it and use it. So that's why I'm so excited about this idea of the light being a way of explaining haki.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Robin's big, huge legs coming out of the ground make me so happy. And you know what else makes me so happy is that when Frankie brings out the rhino bike, he lets little Chopper be in charge. I can see Chopper in the future just driving it around the Brachio Tank 5 engage, and I can just see, because he cries, I'm Commander Chopper.
You say this is where the Dragon Ball influence is relevant, but I also think it's worth noting that chi is kind of the cornerstone of a lot of the philosophy you see around power systems in most shonen manga. Like some of the newer ones like curse systems and quirk's a little bit less, but everything from Nen, Chakra, Ki and Dragon Ball, and Haki, I think all trace a lot of their interpretation back to chi as a concept in Buddhist philosophy. It's Buddhist, right? Chi is part of Buddhism. Am I misremembering that?
I don't think you're...
Is chi separate than Buddhism? Or are they unrelated? Someone tell me if I'm wrong.
I thought it was Buddhist, and now my brain is like, you know what? Don't just say things, check it.
Yeah, okay, I might be wrong. Either way, philosophy of chi is very important in shonen power systems.
It's not a part of Buddhism.
Okay, not a part of Buddhism. Well, I take that part back. Hey, you know what's great, internet? I noticed the part of what I was saying that was wrong and went, that doesn't sound right. So I'm gonna call that a win. I said misinformation and then went, wait. Let me take back one part of what I said.
We both stopped and said, wait a minute. Let's be good kids.
I'm gonna count it as a win for me. Yeah, ki is the concept of life energy, but a lot of the way it's talked about of flowing through the body, etc., is a huge amount of how shonen power systems are talked about. You see this in Nen, Haki, Chakra, Ki, all the time. Nen especially.
I like that they do that.
Yeah, newer shonens tend to have power systems that are a lot weirder. Like Chainsaw Man has contracts with devils. Jujutsu Kaisen has curses based off of your negative personality aspects. My Hero Academia has superpowers. End of story. That's it. No philosophy behind those. Superpowers. But a lot of the older shonen series have huge allegories to chi. Oh, I almost forgot about whatever JoJo had before Stands is very, very chi informed. It's a Taoist thing? Okay. But isn't Taoism, you know what? I don't know enough about Eastern mythology to actually say any of what I was about to say. Haman is the pre-Stands JoJo thing, and it's incredibly chi informed.
It's interesting because when you look it up, ChatGPT says the following thing. The concept of chi or ki originates from ancient Chinese philosophy and traditional Chinese medicine. It's believed to be an essential life force energy that flows through all living things in the universe. Chi is essential to various Chinese martial arts, meditation practices, and holistic health, such as acupuncture, tai chi. Similar concepts exist in other cultures, such as prana, Hinduism, yoga, or ki in Japanese martial arts, like Aikido. So it isn't really attached to any kind of religion.
Okay, so it's
which
not
is
a
why
religious thing at all. It's just a belief that's part of philosophy and martial arts. Okay, that makes and medicine. Okay.
Yeah.
Neat. All right.
So
the more, chat,
I think
the more
it's a great thing to use and I think that they're right to use it then, because if you think about it, you're using something that isn't attached to religion. Fantastic, right? You can use it in so many different ways then.
Yeah.
I like that they were all like, oh, here comes the Kraken. And I was like, oh, you mean Surumi? Yeah, nice try,
Our
baby.
buddy, right.
That's our buddy. And he will not fight against the Luffs because he loves his Luffer. Nice try, MFers.
Oh, apparently chi is
We're,
pronounced key.
yeah, it is.
Interesting. So
Oh,
they
guess
are
what book we're
spelled.
in? That's right, 65.
I hate the way English explorers decided to linguistically translate Asian words.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
Oh, did you punch me in the face, says Luffy? Okay, we need to take a pause because if I was going to get you to draw anything today, and I wanted to, but then I forgot that we were doing this piece, which I love with my whole heart and soul. And
Yeah.
one day you will make into a perfect patch and it will go on the back of my backpack.
If anything I've done would be like merch, so far it's probably this. I might make this a playmat.
It's amazing.
I think I'm going to order a playmat of this.
It would be an incredible giant mouse pad mat thing.
Well, okay, so Magic the Gathering, so that you don't ruin your cards trying to pick them up off of wooden tables, you buy playmats that are unfortunately laced with rubber so that Ashlyn can't be near them. But
there must be a way to do it where they aren't laced with rubber.
I've looked into it, and you have to make your own out of a tablecloth. It sucks. Maybe I'll do that with this one. But yeah, I buy playmats. Well, I've only done it once, but when I finish longer term projects and I really like how it looks, I want to buy playmats of it. And absolutely, I'm going to get a playmat of this artwork.
We're getting massively off topic, but just for 2 seconds. I follow this guy for reasons I don't know. Do you follow anything? Loofers. Do you know anyone else who calls loofers? I don't. Oh, I didn't know that. I follow this guy who makes his own keyboards or mods them. I don't know why. I don't even own a keyboard. I'm about to because somebody is building me a computer so I can play computer games with your sister while she's in the hospital for months. But I follow this dude who makes keyboards, and he always has these mouse pads on his desk that are like as big as those calendars people put on their desks that they can do things. We are doing Sims Mansions, damn right we are. And so because of that, he always has these great mouse pads, and I'm always like, those are incredible, and they're so big.
You want a giant mouse pad of this?
That's all I'm saying. I think that would be the most amazing thing. I want it.
All right.
I also need to get a mouse
This is
now.
in the hospital because she's having twins and they are high risk, so she needs to be monitored.
Yeah, her babies are called Momo twins. They're both in the same sack with each other, hanging out with each other like twins who can hold hands.
So the doctors are like, hey, no big deal. But if we ever don't have eyes on you in the last bit of your pregnancy, we will be upset.
Yeah, so she has to stay in the hospital for months. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
The other part that I want a Zoro titty mouse pad.
Okay, so Zoro, much like the women of One Piece, Zoro's tits have gotten bigger over time. Like his chest is so broad these days, it's gigantic. The anime has actually started doing fan service shots of Zoro, and I genuinely think someone on the storyboard team is gay, and I need to say why, because women ogle men's chest, that happens, but the only time I have ever seen titty bounce on male characters is when gay dudes have animated it, and there is genuinely a recent shot in the anime where Zoro has titty bounce when he moves. That is a real thing that happened, and because of what a meme it became, people have made merch that's the titty mouse pads that are a mouse pad with an anime character where their tits are the plush part for Zoro, with his pecs being the squishy part.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Zoro is, I think, the most sexualized male character in One Piece by far, because his chest size is so big and there's so many close-up shots of it, and the anime is actually starting to do fan service shots of it the way they do for women, and it's crazy.
That's wild.
My solution to sexism has always been objectify men more, so I'm on board with this.
Weirdo.
I think somebody it's better than not objectifying people. People are hot sometimes. Deal with it.
Somebody here just said that, yeah, but you can think somebody's hot without turning them into an object, you big freak. Like the word objectify is
actually,
turn them into a vase, stare at them, make them feel uncomfortable.
I say things blasé for effect, but it's more nuanced than that. I also think a state of objectification should be, in a lot of cultures, isn't a permanent thing. And I think people should be allowed to be objectified and also people. That is a thing I also think can happen.
Okay, freak of nature. Somebody here, and I couldn't figure out, oh, is it Lafry? Said their sister had Momo twins and that it was scary, but the people were very good. Thank you for that. That actually means a lot. I can't even tell
A vote
you.
of confidence
We're
is very
living in
important
an
for Momo right
interesting
now.
world now. Okay, the thing that I was going to talk about, that if you weren't doing this picture, the picture I would have picked, and you were like, no, bite me. Is the picture where there's 100,000 people, and out walks our Lufaria, and he stands there, and he goes, "Oh," and everyone goes, "Oh," and just drops. 50,000 people gone down right now, and I was like, oh, my boy, my boy. Everyone, can we just pause for a second, please? We just need to take a second in this fight to say, damn, you are a beautiful boy. Let's kiss your little face. Oh, drop stealing opinions from Sartre. I say Sartre, it's Sart, but when you say Sartre, it rhymes with cafe, and then it goes with the joke I have about Sartre.
My hot philosophy take is Simone de Beauvoir and Sartre, whatever. I can't say his name. I can say Simone's, all decent. Are two of the best philosophers, and part of why my wife and I are polyamorous is because we took a philosophy of sex and love class together, and Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir talking about possession in romance was actually really inspirational to both of us. So you know what? Yeah, am I ripping off Sartre? Yes, 100%. Love that bastard. Some of his ideas are kind of dumb. I like Simone a bit better. Some of her ideas are dumb too, though. Don't ever take any philosopher whole cloth. All of them say some such shit.
Anyways, Sartre goes into a cafe and he says, the waiter says, "Hey, can I get you anything today?" And he goes, yeah, I'm going to have a burger and fries, and I'm going to have a cup of coffee, no milk. And she goes, "Okay, got it." And she comes back to the table and she says, "Hi, so sorry. We're out of milk. You can have it without cream."
Illusion of choice joke. It's so good. It's so good, guys. That's genuinely one of my favorite jokes. It's so good.
I always tell the kids in the beginning of the year of philosophy that joke, and later when we're going through his stuff, all of a sudden a kid will start laughing, and then the other kids will be like, "Oh wait." Okay, that was such a great moment in here, because
it's fantastic.
You're sitting there and you're watching Luffy and you're like, I hope they understand how much work he has done on himself and who he has become and what's going on. And then boom, he drops 50,000 men and they're all like, "Luffy, now we don't have anyone to kill." And to see our little crew with their little friends taking on all of these people, and you know they're going to change hearts and minds as well, and they're going to rehabilitate people and blah, blah, blah. But to get to see that and have Luffy's whole crew understand just how much work Luffy put in while they were gone, because each of them have really gotten to show up to this point. Each of them has got to show up to this point. A few of the things that they did while they were away for the 2 years. But I don't think that anyone really understood how much Luffy had changed. So for them to get to see how much Luffy had changed and grown while they were gone, God, that was good. That was so delicious. I felt thrilled, and then some thrilled. Okay, we're moving on. Love when they punch Luffy in the face and he goes, "I just knocked his head clean off. That was pretty easy." That ain't gonna work. I'm made of rubber.
Oh, it's so good.
Why do I like that so much? I read that page like 3 times. I just found it here. Made me laugh right away again. Luffy, you're so cute and funny when you're cute and funny like that. You little
love
pumpkin.
how confident the Fishman pirates are and how quickly all of this goes to shit for them.
Yes, absolutely goes to shit for them.
Yep.
I want to move forward into this. "Do not destroy the entire kingdom, all for the sake of stealing my solitary life." And so what does she do? What does our little Wazzy girl do? She runs away so that the giant boat of Noah will follow her and haunt her and get away from pushing down. And I was just like, you know what, lady? I like you so much. You've gone through a lot of shit.
Why is she just so lovable? Ugh.
she needs somebody to
what?
put a blanket on her and say, it's okay, baby girl. Everything's okay. You've gone through a lot.
Since I had to take it down because it wasn't charging properly, I'll show you my Surface Go that I have to retire has my only One Piece sticker on it. It's seen better days, but oh wait, I've got to switch the cam back. This is a good reminder. But the only One Piece sticker I have on this computer is a little chibi Shirahoshi.
Oh, she's so adorable.
She's so
She
good. I
does
love it.
deserve a carefree day. Thank you, Calico. That's exactly. She's still just a baby. She's been through so much. She was kept in a stupid room because some pervomatic is following her around and saying, if I can't have her, then I'll kill her. I
Oh my
mean,
god.
not
Cricket
done.
just
Then
Cricket is
her
okay.
mummy dies. She doesn't ever get to go out and do anything. Oh, so sad. Go ahead.
Cricket just messaged and said that the stickers that Cricket makes and sells for cons are being sent to us, that he sent them out, which reminded me that today during the plug, do you want to read our PO box for people to send us stuff?
A PO box?
I got us a PO box, yeah.
We're not even together. I can't even high five you. Okay, can you virtual high five me?
Okay, high five.
Ready?
3,
1,
2,
2,
1,
1.
2.
High five. We're big time semi-professional people. Woohoo! I'm so excited about that. I love being a person with a, hey, if you have any questions, you can send them to the P.O. box, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I'll send that to you while you're doing the rest of your speech so that you have it for when we're doing plugs.
I'm so excited. I'm going to read the crap out of that. You are never going to hear a P.O. box read out so cool in your entire life.
The enthusiasm.
Wait.
No, it's not plug time yet, though. We got more to do. Plugs come like at most before corkboard, and we're not quite at corkboard yet. We got to finish the arc.
Okay. The fight for the getting the boat away from getting the boat away from the island, the Fishmen Island, it was long and crazy. It was so fun. It's not one of those ones that I want to break down piece by piece by piece. I mean, we kind of already did.
We can kind of summarize a lot of it, though. Yeah.
Well, we kind of already did when we were talking about Nami and her amazing black ball. Like, oh, so good, Nami. Nami Stormcloud just taking out every single one of those little doofus boys. She took out an entire ring 3 people deep. There are over 100 balls or more.
Cricket wants to know if it's okay if he edits in kids cheering when you read the P.O. box.
You betcha. And
I think
then
that I knew the answer to that one.
You betcha. And then when we have, I'm trying to stab Brooke, and Brooke is like, dude, I don't have flesh, you dumbass. You can't take away and dry me up. I'm already a shriveled husk. So Brooke,
funny.
I love you.
I love that Brooke has to do so little work because of how dumb his opponent is.
Yeah?
Like he's ready to be like.
Oh, you mean Zio, the stupid one? I've been headbutting the sole of your foot.
Yeah.
You may not feel it now, but the throbbing will certainly come to discomfort you after some amount of time.
It's so fucking funny. He's so dumb. He's so dumb that he's the dumbest character in an arc where Vanderdecken exists. The man with 4 flaws
that is
to his
true.
plan.
I love the skull bomb. I love the skull bomb grasp, but you know what I really liked about Usopp is we learned how to deal with hole diggers back in Alabasta. I really love now that he is, I know, I went from hating Brooke. I'm comfortable with that. I hold that in count with a lot of my family members.
I don't think Kaito is at all like holding that against you. I think it's just an acknowledgement that like he grows on you.
But I'm okay with it. I remember one time your sister is really good at this. I hate that. That's stupid. I hate it. It's dumb. And then she did that during the movie. What's the movie where he goes to Mars?
Martian.
The Martian. And she was like, that sounds stupid. I don't want to see that. And then and like 20 minutes into it, she leaned over and said, this is the best movie ever.
I think that everyone
super
in our
comfortable
family
with changing our minds.
Everyone in our family is frustratingly okay with being wrong and losing To the point that it often pisses people off, and I love
Very
that.
much. Yes. People will
Like,
be like, yeah, but blah, blah, blah. And you'll be like, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
all of us
Good
are
point.
immune to I told you so's because we're just like, yeah, you did.
You did tell me. You told me that thing. Good for you.
And
You
it's
must
so
feel good right now.
frustrating, and I love it. It's our best trait.
So when Daruma is coming after Usopp, I love the new way that Oda is doing the Daruma versus Usopp, Dosan versus Chopper. I love the really clear way that he's breaking down the fights so you know who you're following. Cool. It's so much clearer, and I really love it. I'm here for it. And as we're going through each one of the fights, I think that it's absolutely phantasmal to watch all the different aspects that our people show us that they have now after the time skip, and the changes to their abilities are absolutely incredible. I also like that we reference the dude who flew too close to the sun, but it isn't the right name. See, did you see that? That's the exact same shape as you would have for one of those great big mouse pads. So I like that they were saying
it's
my
the same
friend.
shape everything I do is. Everything I do is scaled to be the exact size of a YouTube video because normally I don't zoom in like this.
Oh, right, because it is shaped like a rectangle.
Yeah.
You with the face. Yes, right, Kaito. When the guy named Icarus is like, my friend flew too close to the sun, and I was like, are you kidding my face right now? I like how he just nudges the metaphors and the mythology over rather than having Icarus who's too close to the sun. It's Icarus's friend who flew too close to the sun.
The arc named Noah, because frankly, I like, hey, sorry, Christians in the audience, you guys hate that when I say this a lot of the time. I like treating the Christian mythology as just another mythology. If you like, I really like when there's a series like One Piece that references all sorts of mythologies, that it has Abrahamic references as well, because like that's such a huge pool of mythology to not reference if that's what you're doing. So the arc being named Noah is something I actually do really like. The same reason I like Icarus being played with.
Use it within it too, and to treat it as different. You need to be able to acknowledge all the different religions and mythologies. The mythos of everyone should be incorporated. That makes it feel more important.
So long story short, add Jesus to Smite.
Okay.
It'd be such a banger healer.
Yeah. I also enjoyed in this fight. I think the whole point of the fight, and the reason that I don't feel it's necessarily important to go into all the different details of the fight, even though he says this is a holy war, begin the preparations, prepare to kill humans for as long as you draw breath. Blah. And I'm like, ugh, that's cringy. Is because it's just there as a method for a vehicle for us to see the racism and the hatred and to get to see all the different things that our guys can do now, and to be introduced. Thank you to Wazi Hoshi, who I'm really glad we were introduced to her, because finding out how important she's going to be it's important that we get to see a background of her character and all the things that she goes through and all the things that are wrong in her life. Because if not, I would never have the faith in her that I need to have that she can be left alone or should be left alone. I think somebody like Blackbeard is going to find out about her and her abilities. And if there is anyone in the world who would say it's worth the risk, Blackbeard would say having her under his control is worth the risk. Like,
oh yeah, I think Blackbeard would absolutely try to convince her that, like, come on, live a life of freedom, like that sort of shit, to get her on board, because that's too much power to pass up on, and it's not a devil fruit power. He can't take it. It's who she is.
nope.
So he would absolutely do everything in his power to convince her, hey, I want you to join my crew.
And in my opinion,
oh, he has a hypnotist working for him. That's true.
In my opinion, there's going to have to be a moment between somebody like Blackbeard and Wazi Hoshi. And I don't know if it's Blackbeard proper, but I think it could be. So I'm going to make it a little prediction.
Like him, a Blackbeard-like figure, I think it's a good prediction.
Yeah.
Someone
I'm going to make a Blackbeard-like figure is going to put themselves, ooh, that's great shading. You know what I suck arse at is shading my rocks. Hey, if anyone here is my student, I suck at it because I'm bad at all art. Art is bad. I can't draw.
Shading rocks is weirdly hard. I've also never done rock texture studies, which you should really do to be good at rock. But I realize I'm using the wrong brush, so I've actually switched brush now because it'll add a bit of the texture for me.
Okay, here I go.
Let's
And
go.
so and so that's why I feel like
Thank you for subscribing, Kyrule.
thank you so much. That's why I feel like that that's what's going on here. It's just a vehicle for the prejudice, the racism, the finding out about Poseidon, Wazihoshi. And to get to see all the great good things our kids can do now, because how amazing. And now I want to protect Wazihoshi with my whole heart, my whole soul. And if somebody like Blackbeard comes down, I would say that if my crew dropped everything that they were doing and went off to save her, I'd be like, yeah, 10 out of 10, high five, get your ass on. Why aren't you already there?
And someone said, wouldn't Blackbeard just terrorize her into doing what he wants? And I think the answer is if he thinks that would work. Like I think it's just
it would work. Yeah,
literally whatever he thinks the best option to get her to do stuff for him would be what he does.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Let me just see this. I'm going into this thing because I wanted to talk about it and I can't remember what I said, but I wrote it for somebody. So
wait.
What?
Cricket, are you going through, we're in an ad time, so only the subs can hear us. Cricket, are you going through every day of the year and saying what characters have that birthday and you've reached February 17th?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They've been doing it for a while.
The ads are all I've been so confused at what's happening there, and I've just pieced it together. Oh wait, no, that's a different Celio. That's not Cricket. It's a different... Wait, that's not Celio, that's... Cello? Cello is spelled very similar to Celio, it turns out. Yeah, the ads are all jump scares now. Sorry, everybody. The computer I use to watch it the charger's only half working, so I don't have the ability to actually look at my little Streamlabs thing and see the countdown. They're surprising me as much as they are you.
That's rude, man.
Oh, he's helping you while you work on my edit. Well, thank you for working on it. I'm very... Calum is fine. I will call you Calum. It's a cool name. Thank you for working on the edit, Cricket. It's very appreciated. Okay, I think these rocks are actually going to look kind of nice. This brush does a lot of the work for me. I think the ads are over. You there? Madre?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay,
From
cool.
now on, when it goes into ads, I'm just going to sing some of the made up songs I make up.
Okay.
How you like them green apples?
I like that. I think those green apples are cool.
You don't.
Yeah. I think those are really cool green apples. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to. All
okay,
right.
that's
Here we
fine.
go.
You do what you want. I don't have control over you.
Anyways, are we ready? I want to talk to people about One Piece.
Yeah, go for it.
Just so you know, I told you guys a bunch of stuff that I'm never going to say again, and I can't, and I had off my mic.
Oh, so that was all an accident.
Because I was eating a Kit Kat. This is the true story of how I was found out eating Kit Kat.
The true story of Mama Drock eating a Kit Kat.
You are a great narrator. Think about that as a career choice, dude. Yep.
She unwrapped the Kit Kat carefully.
Oh, well, thank you, Calico. I love you back. You are squishies. And squishies are lovable.
Birthdays to Snowman, Luffy, and Usopp. That's hilarious. Yeah, because I guess we could know what day that happened, so the fan base could have made the birthdays. That's great.
Okay, I want to do this. So when I was thinking about this dude that I don't like, who used to have a flat face.
Yeah.
What's his name again? Turkey face Turkerson.
Hody?
I wanted to give him another name. Doesn't Hody remind you of Hodor, and then it makes you feel bad hating him?
No, I've never had that thought before.
Oh, I did, and it made me feel bad. I wanted to be like, no, Hodor.
Okay.
Anyways, Hody there's something that I thought was really interesting about what they chose to do with this character. So he and others eat those balls. I don't know what to call them. What are they called?
Tamatamaka box pills.
The Tamatamak pills? Yeah,
Yeah,
those.
the whatever box pills. The special magic pills.
Special magic pills.
That's what they
I don't know
is.
what you think of the drugs Hody and his crew. Yes, taking drugs. Okay, so he's taking the crazy ass steroids, and he and his humans are consuming it and changing. And I think this is super important. So a lot of people talk about him as if he is Arlong 2.0, and somebody inside of the comments actually said, lots of people feel that he is just Arlong 2.0. And I feel completely different about him. So the first reason is when they ask him what humans did and he says nothing.
So powerful.
I think that that's really important and really powerful because Drock and I were talking about this earlier, and it feels more like he is a generational hatred, generational racism, generational pain, and he doesn't actually have to have anything done to him directly to have all this hatred and this pain on him, because it shows that all the hatred and pain that's been put on his people for so many generations has now caused him to hate without even having something actually done directly to him. He hates on behalf of all the past. And I can understand why that would happen, because you don't have to have gone to residential school to have hatred over the system and the people who put people in residential school. And you don't have to have had direct racism. I have a friend who's First Nations. She has quite light skin and her sisters don't. And she struggles a lot because she talks about how she tries to be loving and non-hating, but watching the way that her sisters are treating gives her this feeling of hate, though she's never had it for herself. Nothing has ever been done to her because people don't understand that she is First Nations. And so I understand this, but then he builds on it. And so I'm about to say things, and then people who feel certain ways are going to be like, Mama Drock. And what I need you to do is just take a breath and trust me that it's okay to have different ideas and we can still get along.
Let's go.
So,
let's do it.
So when he's there, taking the pills to me is kind of a metaphor for swallowing the hatred that's given to you by other people. Choosing to feed that idea, there's this First Nations kind of story, mythos, that lots of people have used over time in lots of bastardized ways, where they say that we have different wolves inside of us. We might have the wolf of hatred, the wolf of love, the wolf of power, the wolf of peace. And the one that grows is the one you feed, period. And so when we're watching him take these balls, they kind of feel like a metaphor for feeding his hatred. And that every time he takes one of them, he's feeding the wolf of hatred, and he's feeding the wolf of revenge. He's feeding the wolf of destruction. And every single time he takes the ball, he gains more power really quickly, because hatred can power you fast. It makes you strong. You stand up with other people and you are strong together, being angry. And you're moving through the world as a unit of anger and pain and hurt. And then it burns you out. It eats you away from the inside. It takes away any true strength and power, and you're left a shriveling husk, just the way that they were. Just the way that they were inside of here, when suddenly they were old men locked in a cage of their own hatred, a cage of their making, a cage of their self, and they self-destructed from the inside. And so I thought it was really interesting that when he took these balls, for me, it felt like an open metaphor for feeding the wolves of hatred. And the other reason that I really liked that is because it also showed that in the short term, when you take these balls of hatred, when you feed that wolf, that you feel like you're on the right path and you found your people. So this reminded me kind of like that Andrew Tate feeling, of all those types of people, or anything else that you're really into, that is kind of questionable, because it's feeding the parts of you that are the parts that aren't soft and questioning and interested in finding out other perspectives. And it's feeding that part of you where you're looking to find people who can tell you that you're not wrong, that your feelings of hatred and your feelings of anger over something are not only justified, but they should be the thing that you act on. And so when you're thinking about that Andrew Tate feeling, or any of those types of things, or even people who overly believe in anything, and they only feed that, and they won't look at the world in an open perspective, it burns you up, it takes you down, and it eventually weakens you, and it feels stronger in the moment, but in actuality, it ends up burning you out. So for me, Hody is Andrew Tate.
I want to add on. I think you're right, and I want to add on something that I see why I talk about him being a metaphor for fascism, because there's a lot of scholarly writing about the idea that fascism is about manipulating the angst, uncertainty, feeling of displacement in young men and manipulating them with that anger to act self-destructively, to act in ways that are against their interest because they're told what's better, and they act in this simple-minded rush to act on anger that has been put upon them by others. And I can't remember the writer. I'd have to look this up, but I remember reading something where someone explained the idea that fascism consumes young men. It eats their youth, it eats their life for no betterment. And seeing a group of young men withered into husks in prison at the end of their life, it does feel like there's a little bit of intentionality to me in the idea that Hody represents this philosophy of hate and the abuse of the anger of young men.
Yeah, I would agree. But it's interesting because when people say this, like Andrew Tate didn't exist in the time. I mean, he existed. I know how old he is. Andrew Tate didn't exist in the time, but the reason that I'm able to use Andrew Tate is I could use anyone.
Yeah.
I could use anyone from Stalin to Putin, anyone who is Mussolini. I could use anyone in the modern era as well. Anyone who is trying to feed anyone one thing of hatred. And you can do that for forever because it's cyclical. Racism is cyclical. Prejudice is cyclical. Hatred is cyclical. And one of the fastest ways to get to any group ever throughout history, always throughout time, is always to play and play up on the fears and pains of others. And so if you can find the thing that people fear or hate, you have a ticket to own their soul. And it's why, of course, I know about Andrew Tate. He is stealing the joy out of the boys that I get to care for and teach during the day. He is making the world a less comfortable and wonderful place for people because it's feeding into their hatred, but their displacement. So when somebody feels displacement, what do? You give them a tribe. And that's what's happening here. And so he created a tribe. He created a tribe of hate. And then they all take these physical balls, which are a metaphor, and it dries them out like husks and eats up their youth and eats up their value and pulls them away from people, responsibility, life, and love. And so I loved it as a metaphor. I appreciated the work that he did there. And I just gave him a high five and said, you know what, Oda, you are definitely a deep student of history.
I agree. Oh, heavy, but I mean, it's Fishman Island, so I mean, displaced in a sense. They're not allowed to go
Baltrox,
to
we
the
can get
surface.
into why
They
they
don't
are
want
so
to live
displaced.
there.
We can get into why they're so displaced at another point. We have to get through some of
We
another
do.
book and then a little bit of corkboard, and we will.
We're getting there.
But you have to know that throughout history, people have always been displaced. We always have groups of people who have been displaced. And sometimes it's through poverty, sometimes it's through quick change. And never, never, never in a period of history have we had so much change or so much fear of the future as we do right now. Even though we're living in one of the most peaceful times, and I don't say this jokingly, it is one of the most peaceful times in the history of all of human existence.
People don't think that, but outside of the last 10 years where things were a little bit more peaceful, there has really never been a time in human history where there was less death at where the cause was violence per person. Like the deaths per person caused by violence are lower than they ever have been outside of 5 years ago or 10 years ago.
Yeah. And so I think that's a really important thing to note. We don't know that. Why don't we know that? Well, I'm not going to lie to you. Fear and pain actually make us higher level consumers. buying stuff becomes like a tranquilizer that numbs our sadness, and never before have we consumed more in our history either. Okay, I'm
That's so
moving
true.
on. That's
There's a
just
lot going
because
on.
unfortunately for you guys, given that I have had to teach so many subjects, I am mildly knowledgeable in many things.
True.
Unknowledgeable enough to be what some people might call annoying.
It's also why, in general, you know youth slang better than I do.
Oh yeah, you're way behind the times. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hey, look, I take the slang from the kids that I think is cool. Based rocks. What a
No,
good
you don't
slang. Good
even
job,
you
kids.
don't even hear all the slang, kid. You are not surrounded by them all day.
I hear a lot of slang, and I take what I like, and based is good. Good job, kids. You did it. You got that one.
Based is old. Come on, man.
But it's also
Based is
good.
nearly done. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
it's
it's
nearly
not done.
done.
It's not done.
It's almost done. It's like I use
Good
cringy,
slang.
but if kids from my school heard me using cringy, they would be like, the only cringy thing here is listening to you say
Good
cringy.
slang never dies.
I agree, because I still say awesome all the time,
Yeah, hell
which
yeah.
was just
Awesome's
stolen.
awesome. I don't like
Okay, here we go.
pogs. I get it. I don't like it. All right, let's move on.
Base is cringe. Cringe is based. That is the most truest thing that's ever been
It's
said.
not only is it untrue, but I don't like treating those words as opposite. Something can be both based and cringe. It is possible. You
Oh,
can speak
so
your
good.
truth and not fear persecution while
Oh,
also being cringe. And I think we should
so good.
aspire to such a thing.
Okay,
Slang only
so
dies when
when
it's
the
forgotten.
Noah has
So
already
true.
stopped, and what?
Someone said slang only dies when it's forgotten, and I yelled so true.
Ah, the best. Oh,
I have to go do push-ups. You keep going.
that was good. Good job. Noah has already stopped, she screams. Basically, stop killing the Noah! The Neptunians, but why? I don't really understand either. See, Noah is standing still. Oh, Luffy, your wounds are terribly bloody. Yeah, but at least the ship stopped. And now, everyone, ugh, is all right. My, what a human he is. What a mighty little man. Aw, I love that they called him a mighty little man, might I just add. If we had been a moment later, the island would be safe, but Noah would have been dashed to pieces. I am glad we came in time. It was a very good thing. That princess, Shirahoshi, called us. Now, I'm so glad Princess Shirahoshi realized that she is in charge of calling them. I'm so glad we got to find out about how the Noah is pulled by them. I'm looking forward to seeing who it is that's going to help rebuild the Noah. I think that's going to be absolutely fascinating. But for me, one of the very favorite parts of that entire thing was it my imagination? That human with the hat seemed to notice our voices. That can't be. But it did happen once before. Yes, it did. Rayleigh, did you hear that voice? Hear what? It's dead silence down here. Who the hell's talking out there? And then we see that Gold D. Roger could also hear the Neptunians. Oh, yes, they could. Best
It's so
scene ever!
good, right?
Oh, God. I want to blow this up, photocopy it, and stick it on my wall.
This
Maybe I'll fax it to myself.
Stuff like this is part of why I feel like hockey has to be something more diverse, because like, yeah, this seems like observation hockey, but it's definitely different than how people describe it. Understanding and hearing people isn't like what we know observation hockey to do. So I truly think hockey is a more diverse thing than the three systems we're told about, and that's just one way you could specialize in understanding and applying this power.
I'm wondering who's going to help them fix it. And I wonder if they're going to call people in. Like, we know who our best, greatest boat builders are. What if
Yeah.
they suddenly could believe in our greatest boat builders, and in came our Water 7 characters to help them fix the boat? Oh my God, can you imagine? I mean,
It
I
would
know
be.
that
I
it's
so
supposed to just
desperately
be
want
them.
the end of the series to have everybody we know coming together, so I would love that. I more than anything want the final chapters of One Piece to have everyone we've met throughout the Grand Line and maybe even
Everyone.
East Blue just come together and help somehow, either around the world or be
Tom's
brought
brother
together.
is down here, so that makes me. Yes, see, you even just said it just now. Oh, whoa, I forgot this was this way. Tom's brother is still down here, so why not? Why not have a thing where he's like, I know a bunch of great shipbuilders. Like,
Yep.
I'm going to get in touch with Iceberg and all of the builders, and they can come back here.
Okay. Can we? Someone said like Foxy. Can we zip ahead to get to what my thought on Foxy is based off something that was said here in Fishmen Island?
Sure. We don't have to zip ahead. Just say your thing, and we'll move around.
No, it's a zip ahead because it references something that's not mentioned till a little later in the arc, but we might gloss over it.
Go there. I'll go back.
There's people talking about theories. This was actually a theory that I had way back, where I went, okay, we find out in this arc that Blackbeard is going around the world, people are saying as a rumor, hunting devil fruits. And we know he can steal devil fruits from people because he did it to Whitebeard. So I immediately got to thinking, what characters have we seen who seem to not be strong enough for how cool their devil fruit is? And Foxy dying off screen was a theory I built when I got to this point, where I was like, okay, we're not gonna see Foxy again because he's gonna get murked.
Oh.
Again, I'm telling you this because it was a theory I had on my first read through of Fishmen Island, where I was like, okay, he was on a small list of characters who I was like, I think they are characters who didn't live up to their devil fruits, and I wouldn't be shocked if they get killed.
Oh, that would make me sad.
Look, I might be wrong.
You know what? You're a bad boy.
You don't want Foxy getting murked off screen?
No, I think that he deserves better to be dead off screen. Like, okay, if he dies on screen, I'm still like, oh, that's too bad. But at least he gets his moment in the sun.
Fair.
But to kill him off screen is so like.
Is there anyone you think deserves a fate of being killed off screen?
Yeah, Pearl.
Okay. Foxy
you know who my other
deserve his
person
fruit.
is.
Yeah.
We're not there yet. I can't talk about that yet.
We'll get there. Anyways, so the Neptunians, they're like, or the Sea Kings, they're like, this boy is cool. He might be able to hear us, just like that other dude did.
Ah, it's too good. And then they bring him back. I really love the end of his life. And Deccan deserved to be killed off screen. I wanted him to be more dead. The wet caribou deserves to be killed off screen. Jerkface puncher donut maker deserves to be killed off screen.
No. I know you don't like him, but he is too important for the story. You have to admit
we
it's
all
bad
know
writing.
He's too important for the story.
You have to admit it's bad writing if he dies off screen. I mean, deserves as a person and deserves as a character.
Fine. Doesn't deserve to get off screen.
There we go. He deserves to be beaten by Luffy in fisticuffs.
But he deserves to have a hole put through him.
That'd be cool. I mean, he's actually made a law that probably wouldn't hurt him that bad to have a hole put through him.
Okay. We put a hole through him, then we put water on him, then we make him, I said caribou, wet-haired reindeer boy.
Wet-haired caribou being killed off screen, I wouldn't be that bothered by. Like, obviously you want him to do some more stuff first because he's been around the Straw Hats a lot, but yeah.
No, I just want him to die. Okay, here we go. I really was glad that the end of this whole arc stops with old Jim saying, "Use my blood. It's F. You can have as much as you need."
Beautiful.
And I love that it starts with the question of blood and it ends with a question of blood. And this line here, you're getting it read to you. Are you ready? Are you ready, squishies?
Look, I know about the meme. The meme isn't deserved. Let's go, squishies. We got this.
Here we go.
Oh, I said it too. Now it's real.
Just because you've said it, it's real.
Well, yeah, because I feel like once the second I said Sir Crocodile Face, that was his real name on the show.
Yes, because what happens is there's the initiator and then there's the backer, and the backer is the one who says, I'm gonna agree.
Yeah, it's real show canon once we've both said something.
I will watch it, I promise. Here we go.
Okay.
But it was nevertheless more than any wild dream or ideal fantasy. No, I'm going to go back. You're welcome.
We're going
You're
back.
welcome.
We're going back. Everybody be welcome.
Here we go. Both the wounders and the wounded alike bleed red blood. That small, narrow tube, far too tiny to be called a road, was unlike prejudice born of hate and fear, or battle washing blood clean with more bloodshed. But it was nevertheless more than any wild dream or ideal fantasy, a vivid and real representation of the true road toward the sun.
So beautiful.
Wait a minute, towards the sun? The
Yeah,
true
because the
world
fishmen,
towards the sun? That's weird because it's almost like there's a thing going from
yeah, it,
Jinbei
well,
into Luffy towards
so
the
it's
sun.
almost, so it's like the fishmen value the sun, and that's their symbol of freedom, and that's it.
Yeah, it's almost like there's multiple layers here. Like one thing is true that the fishermen are trying to get into the sun, and on the
Yeah.
other hand, we are also creating a road between Jinbei and Luffy
Well,
is the damn sun.
well, it's not like this is the second time in the series that we've been in a magical far off place where the sun is used as a symbolic representation of freedom brought by Luffy, embodied through him through symbology. Except it is the second time that has happened. Yes.
Anyway, Jinbei. Oh, he's coming too. Luffy. Ah, so you're awake after all. Straw Hat. There is nothing from which we start anew, Mother. Hey, Jinbei, you gotta join my crew. Oh, baby! Oh, God, so happy. Oh, that was so happy.
See? The happy times are back.
Thank God. I don't know if you know this, Drock, but there's been a lot of unhappy times for my poor, gentle soul.
And we're back to happy times, like I promised.
We'll see for how long.
Forever. It's here on
Then we
out.
get
Only cheerful, baby. One Piece is done being sad for the last 400 chapters. It's thrills.
I made inhuman noises again. You're welcome.
You did. The mic stopped picking you up in the middle there when you were reacting.
Let me do it again. Okay, so your dad was watching something because when I rewatch what we do, because if I don't, I'm like, what did I say? Your dad was watching something and then he heard both of us make a sound like, oh, so good, so hard at the same time. And he's like, good God, you two are the same people. I like that we get all of the mermaid dancers and all the blah blah blah. Kaito, I don't care if I get a purple mushroom. Have you seen the purple mushrooms, Kaito? Have you? They're gold. They're
That is
freaking
true.
genius. So
Yeah,
wonderful.
you've just got to hope that a woman joins the crew before Jinbei's officially allowed on board.
I don't know if that's going to happen. I've decided it's probably not. Now that he said you've got to join our crew, Jinbei, now I've looked at the numbers game and I don't think we're getting a woman anymore.
Oh.
So I'd like to officially put in redacting that the next crew member is going to be a woman and crying for sadness. But
Hey, you could
I
be wrong. There
never
could
would
be
have
a woman
imagined.
after Jinbei or before, or Jinbei dies.
Maybe, I don't know, but I don't think so. I don't think we're getting a woman before Jinbei for sure.
But what
Even
if
though I
Jinbei
thought
dies?
Whoa! That's not who dies next.
It could happen.
No, it's Bonnie.
Your prediction is Bonnie dies?
Yeah, Bonnie dies.
You previously predicted Bonnie joins the crew.
She dies.
Okay. Yeah, so we're jumping ahead to predictions to say Bonnie dies. All right, good to know.
Not yet. Not until Jinbei could come across Iva again. Okay, yeah. Hope springs eternal in the heart of the human breast. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, let's go into this thing with Robin first, and then we'll cork around a little.
All right.
Cork around, cork up, cork down, and get down.
What?
Cork.
Dude, you want to run that one by me? Run that one more again? One more again?
Around.
One more again?
Cork up, cork back, and get down. Hey, cork. Everybody say cork. Here we go.
So true, dude.
Thank you, Calico. It is Jump Around. It's the best song ever made.
Yes, Jump
we go.
Around by famed band, that one.
Oh my God.
You know him, so do I.
You stop talking.
House of Pain, that's the one, right?
Come on, thank you. That was bad. Next, you're gonna forget the name of the gorillas. Here we go.
No. Don't you put that juju on me. I will not.
I will not. What do you want to discuss, Pirate Girl? Pardon me, I thought this was our last chance to be alone. Just so you know, I love my wife very much. Just because she's gone doesn't mean I would betray her. Who's Joy Boy? I read the Punkliff in the Fourth Sea. Who was he apologizing to?
Okay, how great is it, though, that he thought not Robin was about to hit on him?
It's so good. You can read that. I'm a survivor of O'Hara. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to say. No, I will tell you everything I know. I trust you. What? Why? That was my question. What? Wait, why? That much? Joy Boy is a person who lived on the surface during the 100-year void. What? I say what? So at least 800 years ago. That message was meant for the mermaid princess on the island at the time. It was an apology for breaking a promise made with the Fishmen Island. A promise? The contents of the promise are not clear. I got to put a thing in here. I just got 6 ideas.
Okay. You want to run through
You guys
them?
don't get to hear them yet. They're not thinky yet.
Okay.
The contents of that promise are not clear. He broke a promise. He is one of the reasons that we have the void years.
Okay. Understood.
There's something in here. Okay. But someone will come along to fulfill the promise in Joy Boy's stead. Did he die? Did he die before he could do it? And that's why okay. At least according to the royal legend. So we believe in that day and uphold our part of the promise by protecting Noah through the generations. For it is not until the day of the promise comes about that Noah will fulfill its actual purpose. Hey, that is so like the god dang bleepity bleepy bell.
That is a lot like the bell, yeah.
After everything ended above the island,
To bring our
I heard that
ancestors
Noah was
back.
taken to
Yeah.
the forest of the sea by the Neptunians. If Joy Boy was meant to use Noah, could he have had the power to control the Neptunians? No. The one who could do that, who had the power, was the mermaid princess of the time. As I thought, Princess Shirahoshi can do the same thing. Yes, and I believe that the latent ability came fully to the fore today. Not that it brings me any joy. I don't blame you. 2 years ago, I read a poneglyph on an island in the sky that contained the location of an ancient weapon, and that location was here. Could the mermaid princess who lived at the time of Joy Boy have another name? A name? The Princess Shohohoshi, who has the same power, will now inherit it as her own, and the other name is, in fact, the ancient weapon, Poseidon. Dun dun dun!
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a connection throughout the world. Ding dong, ding dong, drum, drum, drum.
Okay. What's the connection?
I'm working on it, man. I do wonder if that other ship, like when we talked about it before, I do wonder about whether you were saying that people have said that each one of the ships then could have a person, could be connected to a person, and I wonder if it's true. Like a person is born every however many years, and they blah blah blah.
To make it clear again, my policy is I bring up suggestions that I had heard around this time, and I had heard people from around this time say, "Oh, if one of them is a person, could all of them be people? It feels weird if one's a boat and one's a person. Like that could be the case, but I have seen people wonder." Is there an animal part to each of them? Is there a ship part? Is there a person part to each of them? Because
Oh my God, I love that somebody just Chekhov's
And I
gun.
saw people say, could it be that the Noah is part of it, and it's the Noah, Shirahoshi, and the Sea Kings together? In which case, start to wonder what the other ones are.
You see, so then I think, and this is where I start to think, like I said way long ago, that
That's true.
I think that Luffy could be. Remember, I told you that I think that one of the weapons would be Luffy?
You did?
I still do.
Okay.
Because he could be the central weapon that kind of connects all the weapons together.
So do you think there's a fourth, or do you think it would be like Uranus because that one is the sky and you think he's the sun?
It might be Uranus. I don't know.
Okay, so you haven't decided if there's a secret fourth or if...
That's what I'm still in the place of wondering, but just like people don't think of there being a central direction for the 4 winds or 4 directions, but there is, and that's Luffy, and that's one of the reasons that I connected it to Amaterasu and the sun god, and then him being
that's where the sun god largely came from, was thinking about...
Yes, is from
because you went from, I remember originally the reason you brought it up was you thought Dragon was the Azure Dragon, so you were like, what's Luffy? Well, the center would be the special one, and that's connected to Amaterasu in mythology.
Yes. So I think that it's more than possible that Uranus can be, I get a gold star for the weapon being Uranus, but that's because I don't know if we did that.
That wasn't a prediction because I accidentally gave that one away.
Oh, that's right.
That's one of the few times that I actually accidentally spoiled you.
Yep. And I'm always good at saying to you, hey, Drock, you said this thing. What does that mean? And you're like, shut up. I said nothing.
Yeah. No, I have been mostly good about spoilers, but I have fucked up on occasion, and Uranus was one of the
that one. And then one time you used the word time skip, and I said, what's a time skip? And you said, don't worry about it. And then I was like,
you didn't actually hear that is what it is.
Yeah. And then I said, that's all I'm going to think about.
And then it turns out it was a time that you skipped time.
Yeah, and I thought I wasn't going to like it, but I did. Yep. So now I do wonder again if Luffy, because we're talking about people that are born, I said sun god and I said Luffy. We're talking about people that are born in different time periods, but they could be right. Like, is Eminem that important that he could be one? I don't know. I don't think so. Only because I hate him though. So that's shaded. But I could see Luffy being one.
Okay.
Yeah. And it did say that Luffy is going to destroy it and blah, blah, blah. And I wonder if some... Yeah, I don't know. We'll get there.
Yeah, we're getting there. You got your thoughts. You got your thinks. You got thinksin'.
Are you placating me right now?
No, I'm just saying, like, this is you're covering a lot. I sometimes just say stuff.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm not talking about Uranus being a sun god. I'm talking about Uranus being an ancient weapon. Yeah. You can be the sun god and an ancient weapon.
Yeah, just like her name is Shirahoshi.
That's the only reason why I haven't just said it is Luffy is because he's already a sun god. So I'm like,
yeah. So is sun god a fourth thing, or is it one of the 3? You're not sure.
Yeah, that's where I'm not sure yet. Okay, I love Big Mom's pirates. They're all weirdos.
Absolute freaks, and I love them.
I love them. Can't wait to meet Big Mama. Love the chick with the third eye in the center of her forehead. Her third eye isn't blind. Love that she just opens it and peeks over at Big Mama. Big Mama to me represents the black turtle when we were talking about the different ones. It's going to be Big Mama who is the black turtle. Because in my directions, that's what she would be.
Yeah.
And I think it's hilarious. This is such a Luffy moment when Luffy is just like, they're like, a call from Big Mama? Gulp.
I do love that you call her Big Mama instead of Big Mom.
Whatever.
Okay.
I'm a mama.
I've got a comment on the names you come up with before we go on. Every time.
I don't care. Pcom, are you gonna answer it? I hate getting yelled at. Hello? Hey, is this Big Mama? Whoa. You're not Tamago or Pecom. Who is this? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the guy who's going to be king of the pirates. Stop. Monkey D? Garp's grandson, I remember now. Straw Hat, no! The very boy who stirred up that war 2 years ago. There aren't any sweets. I ate them all.
Okay, can we
So
immediately
they're truly
say
gone.
we immediately see that Big Mom is like a savvy and aware character by who has Luffy introduced himself to? Who's like, oh yeah, I know you. Here's a list of what you've been up to. I love how it
Exactly.
immediately sets her apart that she's like, oh yeah, Monkey D. Luffy, Garp's grandson, the one who made a mess of the war. Good to know.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, good for you, lady. And then I ate them all 10 tons. Straw Hat, you shouldn't have. What does he think? You shouldn't lie to me, you fool. You're covering up for the fishermen. Nope, I did eat them. It's true. I just didn't realize they were promised to somebody else. And then I love how his way that he gets around it is to be like, I'm going to give you all the money. I was like, oh, Nami is going to love that. Way to go, Luffy. Nami is going to be like, you did what? And sure enough, she famously did not love it.
Nami hears this happens like, listen here, you motherfucker. You stop.
So the black turtle is a celestial animal of the north. She is longevity, wisdom, and protection. So that's how I'm going to think of this chick. And she's powerful because she's alive and she's a mom.
Immediately terrifying.
Tashigi, she's doing so well, but I love the sexist boys who are just like, she's so cute. If I was Tashigi, I would teach them by turning them into cannonballs and firing them at the other ships.
I don't think Tashigi has that ability.
Hey, don't sell my girl short. She got this.
Okay.
I'm not sure I love the new log poses.
Yeah, the triple log pose.
It's terrifying.
Why?
There's 3 little things. They're terrifying. I'm not a fan yet. Like, it's not. Yeah.
Okay. I will say
Anyway.
it doesn't feel as iconic. I'm mixed on the triple log pose.
Well, you obviously don't love them because you're getting a tattoo with your partner and you're not getting the triple one tattooed.
No, it's less iconic. The triple one doesn't feel as iconic and special as the regular log pose to me.
Yeah. Ew. Why are we having an image of Luffy wrapped around Nami? Stop. You know what was amazing is when our Wazihashi comes out to greet them in the ocean and nearly tips over the boat. Oh,
yep.
And she's so adorable and sweet because she's still a child. Luffy, if we should ever meet again, whoa, Wimpy Hashi nearly tips the whole damn boat over. I will no longer be a crybaby, you know now. So I hope you will escort me to another enjoyable stroll. A stroll to your mom's grave again? Someplace further next time, perhaps the surface, or to a real forest? Oh, right, you've never been out of the water you're on. Huh. Next time I see you, I'll take you on a trip. You promise? You got it. It's a promise. Where's our responsibility in all this, Luffy? Precisely. Promises are kept to the death, remember? I'll promise too, Shirahoshi. And me. So will I. Well, with this many promises, I'm sure it will be fulfilled. No more crying. Got it? Of course. Oh. Don't forget this debt you owe. Never. Come on. Could that be any more precious?
It's very sweet. I love this. Shirahoshi gives me major Kobe energy.
Where Luffy is like, we're going to be on the same sea as Shanks. Keep this hat safe for me. This hat means a lot to me. Promise me that you'll give it back to me someday when you've become a great pirate. And then Ace, I know you can do it. You're my little brother. Try to remember what you still have. Go all the way to the top. The end of the ocean is the place they call the New World. The people who can guide that new age are gathering in the oceans, and the one who can master those oceans will become the king of the pirates. So good. Why is the story have to be so good?
It's so good, but do you want to, now that you've had happy moments, take a moment to get sad for a second?
What? Why? Why?
Do
What
you
about?
agree with me, now that we know the hat used to be Roger's, that Shanks will probably die before Luffy can give it back to him? Doesn't that feel like the way it would have to happen?
Timo, good night.
Good night,
You are
Timo.
the worst. You know. You're
Doesn't it
bad.
feel more likely?
Ugh, I want to say no.
You want to, but right?
I need Luffy to see him before he dies.
Yeah, I hope so, but I also want to highlight part of why I think that is because there needs to be, with how set up it is, a confrontation between Blackbeard and Shanks. And I don't think the good writing is that Shanks manages to take out Blackbeard. And Oda has said we're going to get a piratey pirate with an eye patch. And I think that's going to be Blackbeard because it doesn't make sense for him to walk away from Shanks uninjured.
I hate Blackbeard. Okay, if that happens, I'm going to drop a house on Blackbeard.
Go for it. Do your best.
What was your emote comment idea on Discord? I didn't see it yet.
I have not seen it. I haven't been on the Discord. I'm just working on this.
It is so beautiful, Drock. You
Something's
have
wrong with
done.
it, though.
You know what's wrong with it? You're bitching about it.
No, it's just gonna take some tweaking in the last little bit here. Don't get me wrong. We're gonna get the baseline done, and then I'm just gonna tweak it. It will be good.
I'm so angry at you right now.
But how do you feel? Do you think Luffy will get to give the hat back or no? Because I lean no. I know what you'd rather. I know you want to say yes right now, but it doesn't feel right, does it? It's that story sense is that getting you, isn't it?
Yeah, narratively, I feel like no.
Okay, that's where I'm at. It feels like just a story sense that it feels right that he won't get to.
You're the worst. How can we even have conversation anymore?
Let's move
I
on.
love me red-haired Shanks.
I know. I'm aware of how you feel about Red Hair Shanks. He's great. He's a great guy.
That's your forbidden prediction.
My forbidden prediction is that Blackbeard kills Shanks.
Yeah,
there we go.
I will put my
Drock's
name
forbidden
beside
prediction.
it.
Blackbeard
I'll put my
kills
name
Shanks.
beside it as it feels likely, but that's your forbidden prediction.
Okay.
You're a bad kid.
If it happens, that's not my fault. I don't write the story.
Yeah, don't you?
No.
Okay,
You're the one
it's
who gets
time to
accusations
do.
of being Oda.
Now that you've depressed me,
Yeah. It's time for corkboard. Should we do plugs first?
No, it was time for plugs, not corkboard.
It's plug time. All right. We're being counted. I'm gonna, when we hit 1, get a screen up because Lav has an easier time at it. Oh, although this one's edited by Cricket, who has not asked me to do so.
What kind of screen do you put up?
Oh, I just usually switch to a blank screen. I'm gonna do it anyways. This just needs some color adjustment. It's not that bad.
1.
Okay.
Hi there, YouTube.
Okay.
It's me, Mama Drop.
Hell yeah, nice to meet you.
I'm here to tell you some stuff.
Yeah?
Stuff number 1. You've watched this far, so you definitely like this because otherwise you wouldn't be watching it. So you should press like right now. It's not your fault you forgot to do it so far. I understand. I often forget as well, but now is the time. Here's the time.
That makes sense. I'm doing it. Boop, like.
Now, you should press subscribe.
Okay.
Because YouTube is probably going to show this to you again. They really will. It'll come up. You like it. You watch it. They want you to watch crap.
Yeah, I don't have to subscribe. It just does it for me, right?
No, you don't. You know, it's good. But here's the thing.
Cool.
It's really helpful for us.
Oh,
so
wow.
you like us. Just a minute ago, you said you liked us. We agreed. So if you like someone, you should probably help them out.
Yeah, no, that seems fair. I'm just definitely going to go click subscribe. Should I comment while I'm down there hitting subscribe? Should I throw a comment in there?
Yeah, I've never asked you to do that. I'm not telling you to take up all your time commenting. I mean, if you want to comment, trust me right now, you'd be an excellent squishy and I would be happy. But that is, that's a lot. That's up
Okay,
to
good to
you.
know. Did I click the bell to get notifications when you update?
Yeah, if you want to press the bell, that is up to you. But again, that's a lot. I understand. That's a whole click. That takes a whole click. What if you break your finger while clicking?
I probably will. I shouldn't do it.
You know what? You do you. I trust you. I have faith in you. I think you can click. Okay,
Yeah.
now here's the thing. Is it going to change your life? Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Is it going to make your life better?
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, good to know. I remember on a previous
Jury's no
plug you
longer
said,
out.
yeah. Oh, the jury's in. They came in.
Jury came in. It's going to change your life for the better.
I was going to bring up that
It's
in
gonna
a
be really
previous plug you said that it'll change your life, but the jury was out and you didn't know if it was even better. I'm glad that the jury's in and we know it'll be better.
Jury's in. It's all good. And I don't want to brag, but I don't have a choice now. We have a P.O. box.
A P.O. box? Wow.
Yeah,
what
no,
is
just
it?
a minute, YouTube. Take a moment.
Yeah.
A P.O. box. We're big time.
Okay.
Here we go. Are
is
you
this
ready,
P.O. box
YouTube?
that I've messaged
You can send stuff to P.O. Box 28078. That's P.O. Box.
I hit Shift Enter instead and it went bad. That's P.O. Box 2878?
28078 or 28078.
Okay.
Victoria, RPO. Make the RPO nice big letters.
Hey, O is
West
0 in
Shore.
Canada, just so you know.
Yeah. Victoria, RPO, West Shore. Spelt like West and Shore together.
Yeah.
Comma, BC, because that's our province, British Columbia. We live here.
That's true.
And then you put another comma, and then you put Canada. Why? Because we're in Canada, just in case you don't know what Canada is. Canada's a country. We live in it. And then our postal code is V as in Victor. 9 as in you have 99 red balloons. B as in balloons. 6 as in, 6 and sticks rhyme. K as in night because it's knight.
Wait, that's the worst word to use for K.
8 as in you ate that up.
Why would you pick a word with a silent K? Are you laughing so hard that it doesn't pick you up as being human because I can't hear you?
Oh God, I laughed so hard I almost burst my face. So again, that's P.O. Box 28078, Victoria, RPO, West Shore, BC, Canada, V9B6K8. Thank you, YouTube.
That's great. Yeah. If you want to send this mail, it'll now that we've announced that I'm going to start checking it weekly. At least, hopefully, more than weekly. I want to do a quick plug. Can I plug something very quick?
Yeah.
Subscribe, follow, and there might be a project in the future you're interested in. I'm going to show you one thing that's going to convince you of this. Well, I'm going to show you two things. I am working on a secret project. This one is being cut out. It's being cut out. YouTube doesn't get it. This is just for Twitch. Twitch chat, you get the secret. I'm working on a project. It's a very secret project that I'm not talking about the details of, but I have to, for this project, design critters. I am drawing critters. Now, do you like critters? Well, you're going to love Rumblin' and Joblin. You're also going to love Familiar and Sorceper. Now, what are these critters for? Secret project. Are they Pokemon? No, explicitly not Pokemon. No. Follow on Twitch, and if you see me say that I'm streaming critter design, I'm going to be working on more critters. I'm going to be getting Twitch's opinion. Last time Twitch came up with an idea for Joblin that he likes to fight trucks, which I think is great. They're not pals. What are they? Secret project. I'm going to be working on it on stream because I don't have that much time to work and I like getting people's input. When it is ready to be announced, it won't be a secret, but I'll still be working on it before then. So yeah, show up, hang out. It'll be fun. That's all. Critters.
That's amazing.
Oh, this
okay.
does look nice.
Oh God. I'm not gonna lie. That was
Yeah.
maybe one of the great things. I think every
So
time I do our PO box, um, I'm gonna come up with words where you can't, where it's silent.
that's hilarious. That's a really good bit, honestly. It'll be something. Uh,
Okay, I want to
so
cork a little bit. I don't want to cork a ton, but I want to cork a bit.
so can I make a quick cork suggestion for today?
Okay.
You may recall or you may not, but you had a theory that our good friend who we have not met, Mr. Vegapunk, is a good guy. Do you want to
Mhm.
elaborate on why you think this to be the case?
Yeah, did I talk about him being a good guy last time? I think I did. I said that I
A
thought there
little
was a
bit, but you've
possibility.
elaborated on this and you think he's probably done some, you think that he has some sort of loyalties somewhere because otherwise why would he have programmed what Kuma wanted in at the end? And why did Kuma trust him was a big thing you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I already know that. So, but thank you for reminding me. So,
Uh-huh.
um, I was thinking about Arkuma and about how he spent all the time waiting at the boat and hanging out, and how he trusted that Dr. Vegapunk would put that information into him to hang out at the boat. And it actually accidentally tells us a whole bunch of things. Number one, it tells us that Dr. Vegapunk most likely knows that Kuma is a member of the resistance. Because how did Kuma explain to Dr. Vegapunk to program into his mind, which has been taken over, to sit and watch this boat until people got back to protect it? There was no way of saying that unless um, unless Kuma had to tell him, I need to protect this boat for the Straw Hats when they get back, that I have put him here, blah, blah, blah. And he's in a very, very vulnerable position while he's just sitting there and waiting and protecting the boat. And so, because of that, I believe that Dr. Vegapunk had to know the truth of why he chose to do that. And I also believe that Dr. Vegapunk had to know the truth of who, yeah, it can be a last wish, but even if it's a last wish, why would Dr. Vegapunk, if he was just on the side of the government, determine that he was going to give him his last wish to protect the boat for the Straw Hat Pirates who had taken apart Ennie's lobby and a whole bunch of other things, including the, well, afterward, Impel Down. So there's just no way in hell that he would be like, oh, heck yeah, let's have you totally just keep that safe for them. That makes sense to me. Um, so right away, it feels like, and it was for 2 years. So it feels like Dr. Vegapunk has to have some sort of positive relationship with Kuma. And I was like, it doesn't even make sense that he has this positive relationship with Kuma. And then I was like, okay, if Kuma trusts him, there has to be more to it. I know that Kuma is going to have a hellacious backstory. I've already told you why.
Yeah.
And so, because
You've
I
shown
think
your
that
work.
Kuma is going to have a hellacious backstory, I think that Dr. Vegapunk and Kuma are going to have been friends. I feel like Dr. Vegapunk is actually part of the rebellion. That we have seen from the beginning that Dr. Vegapunk was trying to design things to help people when he was a young child, and he was actually gutted by the idea of not being able to help people. And when he was a kid, it upset him that the technology was too far behind for him to make these great things. And so I feel like he became part of the resistance. And I think that there's going to be a long term um, thing going on with Kuma, where in fact his pacifistas that are being made by the government, eventually there's going to be something in there where they need to have a little piece of Kuma's humanity. And that's why Kuma had to lose his own humanity, is a little piece of himself had to put into each one of these in order for them to truly come around in the end. And at some point, Dr. Vegapunk is going to turn something on or change something, and then the pacifistas will turn their backs on the government and work for the rebel cause, for whatever that may be. I think it could even be at the very, very end when we get to the One Piece that there may be something going on there where eventually Dr. Vegapunk is going to initiate something inside of the pacifistas, and then they are going to be on the same side, and they're going to be a tool for the people who are using them. Why are people laughing at me?
I don't see any
What is
laughter.
funny?
It's your little cooking thing.
They're all LLLings.
Only one person did because the people were like, when does anyone have a happy backstory in One Piece? And then people were reacting to it.
Crushing my soul.
But it's worth noting, Mama's not just saying Kuma will have a sad backstory. Mama has said Kuma will have the saddest backstory, which is a very high bar.
No, I think he is going to have the saddest backstory because they had to have taken someone from him or taken something from him. He has to be protecting something much bigger than himself to put himself in this situation where he is allowing them to take away the parts of him that are human. And I think that's why he holds, like I said before, the Bible, is because he knew that each piece of him was going to be taken away and put inside of all these pacifistas. And the only way that anyone would know what the original one was is the original Kuma would be the one who held the Bible. You have to drop and give them 5.
I must
You with the face.
All right. I'll be back.
Drop. And so because of that, I think that in order for Kuma to have got a bad enough thing held over him that he feels that he needs to give in to the government's wishes and to have his humanity taken away would be to have somebody held over him or held something over him. Yeah. I think it's going to be the saddest backstory we've seen yet. I think it is going to be like a full kick in the throat.
A full kick in the throat.
Yeah. I really think it'll be a full kick in the throat. And then I was thinking about Bonnie, who everybody is so glad I like.
Everyone's really glad you like Bonnie. Have you noticed that?
Oh, they are obsessed with the fact that I like Bonnie. And that made me think about this. Okay. So Bonnie is there and she is convinced that it is this one person's fault and that they had the power to stop.
Can you show your work and talk about the specific lines you're referencing when you say this, by the way?
What?
You talk about the specific lines
in
you're
the
referencing.
Story, everybody knows. Within the story, at some point, she says to somebody, this is all his fault. And then she runs away crying, right? And so when that happens, I was thinking like, all whose fault? And so I realized, okay, I think that if Bonnie is blaming a singular person for Marineford, which is what she is doing, she is blaming a singular person for all of Marineford. The person that she's blaming has to be big enough that they could have stopped Marineford from occurring. Big enough to stop Marineford from occurring is going to be like either dragon celestials level, or it could be one of the elders, but nope. So it also could be whoever is the person at the top that I think is above the Council of Elders, who sits there, because not one of the elders could have stopped it. The elders couldn't have just stopped it on their own. That makes 0 sense. They would have had to have talked to each other, et cetera, et cetera. But if there is a person above them, then that person certainly could have stopped Marineford. And if she had gone to them and asked them to stop it and they refused to, I'm like, yes, then she could blame them. But also, how the hell is Bonnie getting to them? How the hell is Bonnie getting her ass up to the highest of the high person? I thought, well, they're her dad.
Okay.
They're either her dad or her grandfather, but I think dad. But there's somebody who would, what?
Adding on 2 theories here. One, that Bonnie's the child of a high up celestial, someone who either has a higher position or is the figure in darkness, you're not sure. And then the other prediction being that Bonnie believes that is who is responsible for Marineford because they could stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Bonnie, my baby pup is here now. So if Bonnie had a parent who is super, super high up, then she would have got FaceTime with them and begged them to let Ace go, or begged them to stop the war or told everyone this isn't the time and just because of this, or done something that would stop it, but they refused to do it. So she screams, this is all his fault, and runs away. And that's the only thing to me that makes sense that would allow her to A, have FaceTime with somebody who was powerful enough to stop it, and B, explain why that person would have enough power to stop it. So that's what I thought with that. Then, and that's why she would cry at the end of Marineford, because she would look at all the death and all the terribleness and everything that happened and realize this person had the ability to stop it and now they're dead. Or now they're dead, meaning Whitebeard and Ace. Or this person could have stopped it and now look at all this destruction. So it would mean that would be one reason that she would bawl her little eyes out.
Okay.
And so Whitebeard, I don't know if Whitebeard could have been the person who she would have gone to, because Whitebeard, what is he going to do? Secretly sneak out Ace? Like, how would that all be his fault? Unless it was a different prediction where it was Whitebeard and he was her dad and he decided, her real dad, and he decided not to stop it and go because he was trying to make some sort of show of it and say like, blah, blah, blah.
I think the prediction makes sense for regardless. Like, you've shown why you're thinking this.
Yeah. Then I started to think about why people were like, I'm glad she likes Bonnie. And to me, the reason why I would say that is because Bonnie dies. And so I thought, wouldn't it be tremendously symmetrical to introduce somebody in the death of a character who ends up being the next character to die? There would be
interesting.
And to introduce her in a way, like to put attention on her during the fight, where she says like it's all his fault and she's crying at the end of the fight, and they take a moment to corner in on her and look just at her in the middle of all the things that are going on, somehow looking at her and having a moment to be upset about, to see Bonnie being upset about this and crying and blaming and doing these things feels really loose. And if there's one thing I've learned about Oda, he writes tight. And so that's why I think that for sure, I'm getting rid of the chat. You guys talk whatever you want. I'm expanding it just to look at Drock's picture so that you guys can chit chat. And that's why I think for sure Bonnie has to die. Because if you put all that attention on Bonnie, I mean, first of all, if you put all that attention on Bonnie in a chat where you're like, I'm glad she likes Bonnie, and 12 people immediately like it, I'm like,
she's somehow important.
I know she's somehow important. Yeah. And then I was like, kind of feels facetious to say I'm glad she likes Bonnie. So it feels like I like a character I'm not going to get to keep because that person is saying you're not going to get to keep this character, just like you didn't get to keep Ace. And then have all this attention. And then to put all this attention on Bonnie during Marineford, when honestly, putting attention on somebody who's not even fighting in it feels odd, says to me, what a great way to have symmetry between deaths. First you kill Ace, and then all these years later, boom, Bonnie.
All right. Well, I get why you're saying it. I think
so now I feel like Bonnie is going to eventually die.
Okay.
And that's why everyone is like, I'm glad she likes Bonnie. Do you like my everyone voice?
Sorry, be everyone again?
Oh, I'm glad she likes Bonnie.
Oh yeah, that's a really good everyone voice. You know, I met everyone and they sounded like that.
Oh God. Oh, I'm so glad about this. I
could have done a better job of this, but I do like it. I think the results are solid.
You've done an amazing job, and I won't hear you say anything shitty about it.
I didn't say anything shitty. Okay, I could have done better. Isn't shitty. That's just usually true.
No, you become better. I like it.
Works.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Nope, that's not it. I just want to find the next thing that I wrote.
Okay. Everyone's very glad you like. Thank you, people.
People are like, she likes Bonnie, and Bonnie's a good person to like. I have no reasons for feeling this way.
I love how everyone is from both the South and Appalachia at the same time.
Yeah. So so I think Bonnie's dad is an upper person that she's blaming the things and putting it on her family.
Yep, you mentioned that. You mentioned that
And
prediction.
now
You were two
I just
away
wanted to
from.
make sure that
I think you're one
clarified.
away
The
from 200
One
predictions
Piece.
now. Two?
So I think the One Piece. What?
Well, you said the One Piece, so I gasped.
Why?
Because it's the One Piece. It's the thing.
All right, that's
it's
weird.
the big thing.
You know that you're supposed to talk about the One Piece when you're talking about One Piece, right?
Yeah, but predictions about the One Piece are big, and people were asking you about it earlier, and you're like, no. Remember that? Remember that happened?
The One Piece is real. Okay. I'm gonna go into some thinking around the One Piece now.
Okay.
Okay. So I think that this just makes sense, and I think a lot of people have thought this, and I feel there's way more to this. But let me just tell you some of the things.
Easy, it feels like it can't be all there is.
Oh no, I don't have it. What I'm saying is, this is where I'm now starting from. I told you that I had a bunch of just meh, but now this is where I'm starting from. But the beauty of being in our family is that every time I'm wrong, I'm just like, well, check that shit out and we'll try this. Okay. So 100%, I think there's going to be a big ass treasure there, but there's reasons for it. Just like anything else, you love that idea of there being like a big ass treasure, but in the middle of it is all this other stuff, and the treasure isn't that. But it is also going to have treasure because that just feels good. But if the One Piece is all the information that's been collected and then puzzled together to go from a bunch of individual things. Oh, is the ad coming?
The ad happened.
Oh, did anyone hear it?
I think not this part.
Is the ad on right now, or is anyone listening?
The ad is on. Yeah, I would be giving you warnings, but the computer that can do it died, so we live in this now.
Well, I'm going to not say anything because that's not nice. Somebody write inside of the comments for all the squishies that I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, let them know. Let them know that we're waiting.
Tell them, no way, man, I didn't talk.
Didn't snitch. Dude, they just made a magic card called the Prisoner's Dilemma.
Did you see this? Somebody said, she's saying nothing.
Nothing
and
happened.
Then somebody said, she told us everything. She revealed what the One Piece is. Ad's done. Here we go. I stopped. Okay, funny to have predictions blocked by an ad. That is absolutely hilarious. So, I know that a lot of people must think this because it just makes sense. That a bunch of information was collected all together. It was singular. It was on its own. Nothing was together. And then, boom, they pieced it all together. And by they, I mean, of course, Goldie Roger and Rayleigh pieced it all together, creating one piece out of all the information that was said. It could be stuff about the missing 100 years, but it can also be what I think, a way to not just the missing 100 years, but the things that the government is responsible for. And so knowing actually what is all responsible for, what is the best way to make sure that the entire world hears the things that you're trying to say? The best way is to tell people who are not part of the regular society, who are people who are outside of the regular workings, say, I don't know, pirates, and get all the pirates to fight together to go to the end of something to look for the One Piece, knowing that of course more than one person is going to get right to the end. How can they not? And the people who get to the end are going to be people who are strong enough to fight, who are intelligent, who have a crew that can work on things, and who are able to puzzle things out and can help to say, yes, I was there. I heard that. I also saw that. They're going to be the ones who are going to be able to help disseminate the information. If only one person found it and then they just gave it to one other person, people could be like, fake news. You didn't say this well. You probably changed this. This is not what it was. And so instead, they're going to say, All of these people saw it. We all know this was the truth. Everyone saw it. They can actually broadcast it. They can make sure that everyone sees the truth and the information that was put out about the government or about the problem with the 100 years, et cetera, et cetera. Also, there can be the ability to learn how to turn on the ancient weapons. So then I started to wonder what if he does a hilarious thing and the One Piece isn't the damn end? We get to the One Piece. We find out the information. We know how to turn on all the ancient weapons. The people who are there can take over and actually use the ancient weapons to fight and make choices. And instead of it just being, we got to the One Piece, the thing is over. Instead, it would be like, we got to the One Piece. You need to make a decision. Which side are you on? And then there was the actual end of ends where we got to find out who was going to win and whether the evil that has happened because of the government is going to be overthrown or not.
Hell yeah. So I realized we should have pushed to go faster because we still have to read the messages we were sent, but I can't find one of them because I could have sworn 3 people sent us stuff to read on stream and I can only find 2 of them. So I'm going to be looking for those right now. Do you want to do closing segments and then we'll read the speeches?
Yeah, there's, I think I had more.
Actually, okay. I mean, it's already 6:30, but if you want to read more, you can. Do you want to read? I'm guessing you want to read at least a couple of them, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try to collect them. I thought I put them in a place, but I can't find them. I'm very bad at digital. I need a specific place to put them because it turns out I'm not good at organizing stuff, but we really got to get our bait. Oh, there it is. I found one. Okay. Do you want to talk about Oda writing duality with characters who are 2 sides of the same coin, or would you rather read about Buggy?
Oh, I would rather read about Oda.
Okay.
Why? Because it's the first one you said, so send it. Are these from our people? Are our people sending us things?
Yeah, because remember, for our $27 a month patron, we give people the ability.
I would like to read these earlier from now on because I would like to mull them over more.
And at the part that I wanted to say it, I forgot to because this is a new part of the routine. I really want to get better to it. I have sent you the message about duality. This is from Shane Conley from our crew.
From our group. Okay.
Our crew, yep.
Is it the one who starts with, hello, Draka Mama, Draka apologies?
That's the one. I'm going to be
finding the
third one because I think there is a third one that I want to get.
I'm so excited. Okay, here we go. Hello, Draka Mama Drak. Apologies for any retreading of ground that you've already made this stream. This arc is a great arc to touch on one of my favorite aspects of Oda's writing. This is his exploration of duality, yin and yang, or 2 sides of the same coin. I agree. He's so awesome at that. This happens in so many different facets. Of course, this arc, we have him masterfully exploring the extremes of racial ideology and the effects that it has on society. He also makes these sets of parallel characters, Luffy and Blackbeard, Fish Tiger and Hody, Noland and Roger. He does this thing where he'll plant something earlier in the story and then come back and complete it later, like I just said. When Sanjay first meets Nami, he compares her to a mermaid princess. Now we have Nami learning she shares a fairly similar background with Shirahoshi, a mermaid princess, and bonds with her over it. When we first meet Chopper, we learn of his insecurities about being considered a monster and help him find faith in his own humanity. Later, we learn that he truly has an inner monster. Perhaps my favorite way he executes this is when he takes an idea from an existing piece of literature or mythology and he flips it on his head. You've talked a lot already about such things in Impelled Down. There are things like Boa Hancock and Medusa. One of my other favorites in this arc is where we have the ship Noah, which instead of saving humans from a great flood, is meant to be used by the fishermen to go to the surface. Love that. That's a great point. We also now have Adam and Eve in the story, who instead of eating from a magical tree, are the magical trees, combined with some elements of Yggdrasil. Yes. What I'm curious to hear from you is, Are there any plot threads, philosophical ideas, allegories, or references to mythology or literature that have been introduced so far that you are most excited to see Oda complete his commentary on, or any that he has not introduced at all yet that you hope gets tackled? Ooh, that
Hmm.
is a great question. Wow. What about you, Drock? I kind of want to sit on that one and answer it next one. I don't want to just give it mouth
I
service.
God, no, I'm thinking because I've definitely thought of things that I
I'm
want
going to take
him
a picture
to
of it too.
tackle before. Um, I feel like he gets into it a little bit. It's something Oda touches on, but it's actually okay. I'm gonna have to get political because that's how I am, and that's the type of thing I want him to cover. There is something that I think there's an actual term for, but I'm bad at terminology, so I make up my own. So it's what I call the necessary hypocrisy of liberalism, and it's the idea that, and I think it'd be hard to fit in one piece, but not impossible. It'd be through allegory, the same way Ohodi, I believe, is an allegory for fascism without directly really being a fascist by the traditional sense, by the literal meaning. So, what I consider the paradox of liberalism uh, is that liberal nations, because they are a nation state that needs to exist under the idea of we have created a system that is how things get done and how progress is made. I think this would have to be talked about through the Marines. Um, you need to do things the right way. And if you actually, Garp is a great character to talk about this. And if you don't do things the right way, if you don't go about things in the proper channel that's been set up for change, you are doing something wrong. But all of the nations that have that belief also have a celebration of the violence that they took hold with, of their violent seizing of power. And honestly, with the Void Century likely implying that the government took over by force, I think, yeah, the end of history pitch. I think that finding out that the world government was built through violence and is now demonizing the idea of violent change is a good way to talk about that, because I don't know, I think it's a theme that fits One Piece fairly well, as much as it wouldn't be directly applied, and it's a philosophy that I find interesting. The idea that the 3D is crossed out, you're right. The idea that we have I think of it as kind of as like I said, as like a paradox or an oxymoron.
Hmm.
Yeah. Is it an X or a slash that he crosses them out with, guys?
Interesting. Okay, I would want to think about this more on the metaphor side a little more, because when he asks like philosophical ideas or allegories or references to mythology and literature that I would like to see.
Yeah, I definitely went for
Um,
philosophical ideals, but like political philosophy.
yeah.
Slash, okay.
When I think of like allegories or references to mythology, I don't think that he knows enough about like what would I really like to see is indigenous influence.
That was almost
Um,
my answer, but I feel like it's just not his area of expertise. Yeah.
but I just don't think that he can do that, and I don't want to put that on him at all because that's rude as crap. But there are some mythologies that I would really like to see in here more of. And I'm going to think about that one. But as far as philosophical ideals, I would like to see him introduce more stuff on the environment. I think that he has
Hmm.
such a crazy awesome platform with youth. And whether people like it or not, and they don't, I think they need to spend more time thinking about environmental issues. And I think because he has this type of a platform, that putting in subtle stuff about the environment and having people think about the environment um, is it's it's such it's such a missed opportunity if he doesn't hit on it at all. So I kind of hope that he does that. On the mythology side, I'm actually gonna think about that a little bit, because every time I see something, like every time I'm like, damn, that's so awesome and so cool, and it just comes to me, but I've never thought about what do I hope he puts in.
Environmentalism. Okay. All right. I am going to read the other one. This was submitted directly through Discord. I feel like there was a third one, and I feel so bad that I can't find it. Oh, it's vertical. Yeah, I can't do that. Look, we have it as good as we can. Oh, thank you, Kratos. I thought that was you because you said you answered on the Patreon. So I'm going to answer or read one that was submitted on Discord. Deciding who I want to talk about is tough. I could speak for hours about any character. I would normally go with Zoro because he's my favorite, but he'll have his time. I just want to give a second to appreciate how he loves his captain. I mean, he went from get in the way of my dream and you'd better apologize with Harikiri, I can't pronounce that in a cool voice, to offering his life in place of Luffy. Also, don't get me started on his and Luffy's relationship in the live action. They're both too sweet to each other in their own special little way. Men always out here calling their boyfriend captain. That's great. Anyways, what I feel should be discussed is the genius jester himself, Buggy. I think you're not going to like this one suddenly. People often talk about the parallels from Teach to Luffy, but we can acknowledge Luffy's true rival. He was the first real enemy of the Straw Hats. He's the only person to ever damage the hat. He even has that special something same as Luffy, that attraction that makes people want to help him. I mean, yes, his crew can be a bit silly, but look to Impel Down in the Paramount War. People want to follow him. And sure, it's all just seen as some cosmic irony, but to many people, Buggy is just as threatening as Luffy, if not more so. Look at his ranks. He is former Captain Alvida, Mr. 3, tons of prisoners and other folks rooting for him, whereas Teach's crew are more for their own gain, which I agree, and I think is intentional by Teach, but I think this is a really good parallel. They're each, okay, pause. I'm pausing this. I'm putting a bookmark in, restarting, because I know how I want to respond to this now. Everyone on Buggy's team is rooting for Buggy D Clown next king of pirates. And while he has no clue how to get there, that's perfect. He's the third side of the triangle, Luffy, Teach, and Buggy. I actually agree, and I'm about to respond in a cool way. This is really cool. The most influential pirates of the post-war era. Yeah. If Teach is overwhelming darkness that represents the darker side of piracy, then Buggy, sure, he's not the good of Luffy, but he's also not the worst. He gives people a dark hope. As I see it, Buggy is there gathering folks looking to step out of the dark. Buggy's our moon or stars. I believe when it's finally time for the Straw Hats to take on Blackbeard, Buggy's going to be right there with them. That's great. He will help turn the tide because despite what he says, Buggy admires Luffy because Luffy reminds him of when he had drive, the time of him and Shanks in their youth. When push comes to shove, Buggy will stand with Luffy, the man his captain was waiting for, the prodigy of red-haired Shanks. In the battle of dark versus light, Buggy is our flashy little moon waiting for the sun to drive away the dark. And although he's kind of hot, I stand by that. To be honest, all Rogers boys are handsome as hell. Rayleigh and Shanks, I'm looking at you. All right. This made me realize something. This made me realize something interesting. Blackbeard is half of how Luffy picks people. He finds people independently motivated and driven, and Buggy's the other half, the love and respect for their captain.
You know what though? I wanna disagree, and I can't. You know me with Buggy. I'm hit or miss.
No, it's really good.
But I can't disagree with this.
No, this is
fantastic.
fantastic.
Does make me realize something though. Buggy's big in the New World, isn't he?
I mean, because people are still talking about him.
No. It's the way that we're talking about Buggy.
Definitely avoided specific spoilers, however, I will say.
Oh, they definitely did it. But now that I'm looking at people being like, Buggy-sama, Buggy, it reminds me of Usopp.
All right.
So I think Buggy is he's moved himself up in the world.
All right, we'll have to see what that looks like if it's true. But also, I don't know. This is
he has.
This like realizing that like Blackbeard and Buggy do each have half of how Luffy gets his crew. Because Luffy gets crew who would deeply admire and care about him like Buggy, and Blackbeard wants crew who are independently motivated and willful people like Luffy does.
You know what Buggy reminds me of?
What?
Buggy kind of reminds me of, and it's weird to say this because Luffy feels intentional and Blackbeard is intentional. Luffy is accidental intentional chaos.
Yeah.
Blackbeard is intentional planning. And then Buggy is, his name fits perfectly. He just is like hanging out and following and just doing things. He doesn't know why. And he's just like, we're going to go there and hurt and bug this person. We're going to go here and bug this person. And he kind of reminds me of, you know, when you're a kid and you think your parents have all the power in the entire world and you're terrified of them and da-da-da-da-da. And then you grow up a little more and you're like, oh yeah, no, they're just a person, and they lose their scariness a bit. Buggy feels like to me that he was like, Buggy is the biggest, scariest thing. And now Buggy is kind of like not, which makes him even scarier because I think he's falling up.
I love that.
And so, yeah, he's literally, like this person said, he's the bug in the system. I could see him. I absolutely could see him rescuing Luffy. I absolutely could see him at the end choosing Red Hair Shanks. Like I'm 100% here for this.
I really, really like it. I'm imagining now, I've thought for a long time Blackbeard's going to get to Raftel before Luffy does. I'm imagining Buggy somehow like following Blackbeard's ship, getting there and realizing that whatever's there is going to give Blackbeard the opportunity to take over and destroy the world, and being like, I genuinely can't let this happen and I'm the only person here to stop him. Buggy doing his best to hold off the Blackbeard pirates sounds so good. I actually want that to happen now.
That's amazing.
Like, he couldn't win. There's no world where he wins, but could he hold off long enough for someone who can to show up?
Yeah, that's amazing. I love it.
Oh, man.
Okay,
we're teaming up with Shanks,
I really like this
yeah.
because this is why we need to do this thing with our Patreons and why we need to do it earlier and think about it. You said there was a third one?
I still can't find it. I've been scrolling through the Patreon chat because someone was giving away their position to someone else, and I can't find
Okay, well,
if
we
they
will have
end up
to do
sending
it
me a
in the
message.
next chat, but I'm telling you, this
we'll
is
have
a
to do it
great
next
thing.
one and just push
And
it
it
towards someone,
really
which I'm very
helps
sorry
me.
about.
It really helps me think about characters in a different way. And because I don't have so many outside things, this is so helpful. The idea of asking, like, what would I want to see in mythology or allegory or references in here kind of changes the way that I see this and wonder about what Oda's doing and what he's getting people to look up for him. And if people come to him and are like, oh my God, I saw the greatest thing from like Indian, blah, 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 and here's what it is. And then the idea of seeing different characters through a different lens that somebody else has thought, like, I really like this person, and here's all the things I've picked up about them. Awesome.
Someone says they imagine Buggy versus Blackbeard looking like Luffy versus Usopp, and I think you're absolutely right, where it's like, the one dude has no chance to win, but he's doing better than you think he should.
You're like, what's going on here?
Like, that's the exact vibe I expect. Like, there's no world where Buggy beats Blackbeard, but there are a lot of worlds where he causes way more problems for him than he should. Fucking think about how often Blackbeard takes big attacks and fights. What does he do?
Buggy flies apart into every direction.
No, but what does he do if he just gets surprised? Buggy lures him into an area, a hatch opens, and a cannon fires a Buggy ball at Blackbeard.
Yeah, but other things too, like Blackbeard is like, I'm going to hurt you in this way or grab a piece of you and suck out this and this, and Buggy just like goes, whoop, and separates into 50 different directions.
Okay, wouldn't it be crazy if Blackbeard grabs his hand, sucks the devil fruit out of it, and now he could stab that hand, but like he's not grabbing the rest of him, so the rest of Buggy still has the devil fruit?
Amazing.
So many funny things you could do. I think that could be very funny.
There's so many great things that can happen in a fight between Buggy and Blackbeard.
Oh god, that'd be great. Because again, I really don't think any world Buggy wins, but seeing the way he puts up a fight could be so good. Oh man. All right, should we get to our closing segments for now?
I don't think it's two-piece. On the other part, I don't think it's two-piece. I think they get to the one piece, and it's just that the one piece forces a final battle.
No, they're saying two-piece because it sounds like fanfiction-y, but I think it could happen.
Yeah.
Look, is it likely? No, but I think it could happen, and I want it to happen now. Like, that letter made me want it to happen.
I love this.
Top 5?
Top 5.
If I missed one of them,
Nami needs multiple laps to make her map.
Oh, probably eventually. Just so people know, if we did miss someone, I think there was only the 2 now that I'm looking through because I don't see any others. But if we did miss someone who submitted something to read from the crew tier this month, we will absolutely do it next stream. So send me a message if I missed yours. I think it was just those 2.
And at the same time, Drock is going to make sure my 2 missing gold stars come out.
Yeah. There's 2 predictions we missed. Do you remember what they are, or is there just 2 that someone should have
They're
happen on screen right now?
In the 2 last videos we did on YouTube, I say, and this, and then the no gold star happens. Did it crush my soul? Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. Too bad. I don't know what they are. Look, we can flash them on screen right now, but if you want them to be showing up when we talk about the thing, that can't happen this week because I don't know what they are.
I'm going to tell you what they are, and then they can happen.
Okay. Tell me what your predictions were.
Or
we
you
can
can posthumously, right here, just pause. Right here, you're going to say it was for these things, and then you're going to put them up. Ready?
All
Pause.
right.
Oh, you talked. You ruined it all, lad. Done. Okay, here we go.
You got to send them to Cricket, is what I'm saying. You have to send what the stars were for to Cricket.
Top number 1.
All right.
No.
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 Mm-hmm.
How could it?
It's my Wazzy girl.
It's the Wazzy girl, Shirahoshi. That's fair.
Shirahoshi. Turns out she's Poseidon. Kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal. She really grows. Finding out that she knew who her mother's killer was all these years, like she's at the top of the chart just for that alone.
She's just a good one. She's just a good bean.
She is a good bean and I loves her and I want to give her a hug and put a blankie on her and give her a hot drink.
Aw.
Yeah.
Trauma victim style?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's just a baby. Weepy Wazzy Hoshi.
Number
Such a
1,
baby.
Shirahoshi.
Hey, don't say you're glad I like Shirahoshi.
I mean, at this point, it's just a meme. It means nothing.
Bad kid. Hey, one piece is peace. Be a good squishy. Number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I was wrong. Oh, God.
The come in so hot and you leave so cold.
Whoa. Be nicer to me. Just one kid. I'm going to give number 2 to Fisher Tiger.
Hell yeah. Oh, now I have a question. Is this a Fisher Tiger or is he similar enough to Otohime and role in the story that they can be lumped together?
Okay. I love that you asked that.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think about it. And now that's what I want.
Okay. It seems like the type of characters you would connect together. So, you know.
Because I was going to put her in another spot. And I love her way more in number 2 with Fisher Tiger because they both have a flashback. They both fed off of each other. Their lives were attached to each other in so many different ways. So yes,
yeah.
yes,
All
and
right.
yes.
Fisher Tiger and Otohime in number 2.
And this person, Katu Luminous, you asking for Nami and Jinbei to be put together is incredible because
no, I wouldn't have thought of that pair.
Redemption together. They both fight together. They both overcome huge parts of their history and find redemption. Oh, 100%. Number 3.
Can I say something on this note? Earlier you mentioned that it wasn't that impressive for Nami to not be racist to fishmen because it was just having humanity, but it is impressive for her to forgive Jinbei.
I agree. Because
that's what happened to her specifically.
One of the things that I was most amazed with her about is her recognizing from her childhood and from being abused when she saw Sabaody and she saw how it looked just like Arlon Park, how she was like, holy shit, look what an impact this had on his life. Like, what a capacity for forgiveness. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Number 3 is Nami and old Jim.
Hell yeah.
Number 4. That would make it in order.
It would. I think this is the first time you've done that I can remember.
Number 4.
Yeah, hell yeah, let's do it. Let's do it in order. What world do we live in?
But if I do it in order, what if you expect that to happen again?
Trust me, I won't. There's no world where I expect things to happen in order.
Okay.
You would have to do it in order, like consistently, for 2 months before I would expect it.
Okay. Fair. Number 4. Oh my god, this has to be a put together too, I'm afraid.
I mean, there's a lot of pairs that make sense this arc.
It's the king and his sons.
Yep, that makes sense. I don't think there's a good argument that they can't or shouldn't be paired together.
Yeah. And they went through some stuff.
You know, like what? What have they been through?
Oh my god.
What's happened to them that's so hard? Oh,
Okay, that's enough of that.
what about the real victim, wet-haired caribou?
Did you just say that?
Yeah.
From your mouth?
That
Do you feel good about yourself right now?
was funny.
Number 5. Yeah. Oh, this is oh. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
True.
Okay, part of me thinks that what do you mean what happened in number 4?
No, number 4 was the brothers and Neptune.
And Neptune.
Yeah.
I like okay, you're gonna hate this.
Am I?
Yep.
Okay.
Even I question it.
Okay. I'm curious where we're going.
It's the Neptunians.
No, that okay. I mean, weird, but sure.
Here's why.
Okay.
All my straw hats did very similar things. Nami had a different kind of thing here, her own standout moment. All the other straw hats kind of just had a moment. But if we're talking about just pure enjoyment and throwing things under the bus if they're not fun,
Yeah.
one of the most fun, most interesting things that is giving me the most future sight and making me think about what's going to happen, the Neptunians.
All right, fair enough. I think that's a good enough reason. The Sea Kings, yeah, they're called Neptunians in the Viz translation. So,
Oh,
now
don't
we've done
talk.
that.
It's an ad.
Damn. Wait, isn't it an ad? I don't see an ad. I don't see an ad.
Somebody said stop. Ad.
I don't. Okay. A lot of people are saying
See?
ad and stop. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't get an ad. Yeah, okay, we'll just meander for a second. This one went late,
Ad
guys.
done.
This one went long. Okay, ad's done.
Is it done?
33 seconds. Well, when we're back from ad, you're gonna say where Luffy is on the tier list of Luffy, and you're gonna say least favorite character of the arc, and then I think we're good to go to goodbyes.
Okay.
How'd you picking bad timing? That is true.
Feels intentional.
It does. Number 5 is a mystery if you're not a subscriber. Hey everybody who's back from the ads. Do you want to say what you picked as your number 5 real quick for the
No
ad
one's
watchers?
gonna like it. I picked the Neptunians.
The Sea Kings are number 5.
And
right.
Here's why I stand beside it and behind it. All of my straw hats are equally as awesome as each other, and I get so much information. I got to find out about how nobody should be able to hear them. So I think that they are like so special. I start to wonder how old they are and how long they've been around and how many different people and iterations they've seen. And that lore drop, exactly, the subtle lore drop. And I'm like, if we're talking about fun inside of here, having the Neptunians be able to speak and knowing that Roger could hear them and wondering what things they think, come on.
Caribou's not gonna get least favorite character, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you know what? Paladin Berserker is kind of right. The Sea King should go with Shirahoshi.
We make a change. We have only double ups. Is number 5 gonna be not a double up now?
I don't know, but yes, please put Shirahoshi with the Sea Kings. That makes absolute
Sea
sense.
Kings and Shirahoshi.
Paladin
Look, again,
Berserker.
I can't argue. They pair well. What
That's
are
a
we
high
doing?
five right to your face, Paladin Berserker. You killed it. Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Joy Boy isn't a character. He's a guy on a graffiti. He's a graffiti tag. He's a tag.
Joy Boy is not a character. He's a thing in the past. And the
Literally
Kraken
just a tag.
is not a separate character. I would only put the Kraken in with Luffy.
Fair.
And Caribou is disgusting, so how dare? How dare? So I think if we're talking like fun time in the sun, somebody asked me what my favorite pairing was, and it started to make me think all about all the different relationships between people. And I have a weird thing going on now about thinking about that. It made me think about Frankie and how nobody appreciated his like warships and all the things. It was the bad thing that he was doing, and now he has the biggest fanboy in Luffy. And I feel like Frankie has started to make his inventions for Luffy. Luffy gets hearts in his eyes the way Sanji gets them for women. So with that in mind, it's going to be Frankie.
You know what? That's pretty cool. I like it. I respect it. Yeah. Where are we putting Luffy on the tier list of Luffy today?
He's at he's an S tier.
I feel like the Luffy tier list is mostly S tiers, which I guess is why he had to go on his own tier list, because he was getting Pele pills where he was only ever top of his game.
Well, I wanted to take Luffy down one, and then I can't. To think about the things that he did. What are you going to take him down for?
There's kind of nothing. You would just be doing it for the sake of having done it.
Oh, fine, Byredo. You're right. You can't leave him alone. Can I put Chopper with Frankie because they were a team?
That feels like the problem is it feels like that the only actual logic to what you've just said is that because otherwise he's the only one who's alone.
That's not true. Chopper drove Frankie's inventions. Chopper was the one who come out and then said, "Look at me, I'm a captain now."
All right. You can, I think that's fair. Chopper and Frankie get to be together, and now we have 10 people in the top 5 list. For the first time, we have 10 people in the top 5 list. And
this is also the most influenced a top 5 list has ever been.
By chat, yeah, and I suggested a merge. And also, on top of all of that, Nami got in and didn't get moved.
Let's all have a round of applause for Nami.
I think.
Good job, Nami. Good job.
Crazy. We've got half an hour late already. Do we want to very quickly say the least favorite character of the arc? And I think I know who it might be. And somehow, shockingly, I don't think it's Caribou.
It's you'd want it to be a wet hair Caribou, but it's a wet hair Caribou looks like a good boy instead. It's really a disgusting PDF file. What?
Yeah, he looks good by comparison. It's wild.
That's wild to me. It's Vander Yuck Yuck, the PDF file.
Congratulations, Vander Decken. The man, by the way, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, his plan doesn't make sense in 3 ways, because he wants the pills so that he can marry Shirahoshi, because they make you older and he can marry her. And he needs to marry her, otherwise he can't get the pills. He needs the pills to marry her. So already it's a cyclical loop that doesn't make sense. But then on top of that, because Japan is crazy, she reached at what is at the time considered legal age for marriage, meaning she is technically an adult by Japanese standards at time of release. So it was no longer needed because she'd grown up. And then the other reason his plan doesn't make sense is because his allies in crime literally already stole the pills. There are literally 4 separate problems with his plan, and that's fucking hilarious. It's hilarious to have a plan that dumb that it has 4 different things wrong with it, and he's that committed, and I think that's very funny.
It's not funny. He's too gross to be funny.
I can find someone hateable and funny. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the giant fish man. Whatever. He's a giant fish man.
Meh. Sometimes there's
Vander Decken is not her type. That's also important to mention. Women at 16 still need their parents' permission to be married. You know, that is something. However, It's still a problem with his plan because he doesn't actually need the box. Because stealing a legendary box is probably a crazier
What do
plan
you
than
mean?
being like,
My favorite gag or joke of the arc is 100%. You may not feel it now, but your feet will hurt later.
so funny. It is the best gag. All right. Yeah, do we want to say goodbye? Do you want to wrap up?
I do. What chapter am I reading to next?
That's a crazy question. Why would I have the answer to that ever?
Do you want me to pull out my books?
Because the next arc is way too long, and I haven't picked a thing. It's actually not way too long. It's only 46 chapters. Guys, what happens
just
at about
read that.
20 chapters into the next arc? 675? 675 is perfect. That's 21 chapters. All right, I'm going to trust you. Ravioli's wins. It's 675. 675 is the first break in the next arc. Welcome to the new world with Punk Hazard.
My God, I get to look at so many bright and awesome bookies.
Yeah. Here's something cool about Punk Hazard that you might not know. Because it's 46 chapters, the final chapter of Punk Hazard is 699, meaning 700 is the start of a chapter, which I think is kind of cool, or of an arc. I think it's cool. It's cool that it starts. At
I am loving reading things out of a
Dr.
book.
Jack. Yeah, you're having fun?
Yeah, and you know what I'm going to like to do, because I haven't done this yet because I've been the busiest kid in Busyville at school, but I'm going to bring my One Piece books to school and then read them in the hall.
Dude, that's rad. I'm looking forward to it. All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching with us. I'm so excited for what comes next. We are still a ways away. We are months away. But now that we're in the new world, my favorite saga in One Piece is looming in the future, and I'm so excited to get to it. I am thrilled to have all of you here. This was so much fun. Oh, good. The phone isn't about to die. I got a notification that my phone was about to die, and I couldn't watch people's responses that I wanted to see while I said goodbye. You guys are amazing. We wouldn't be able to keep doing this without all of you, and the show wouldn't be what it is. If you want this art, it's about to be on the Patreon and in the portfolio channel for patrons. So high quality artwork that you can do whatever you want with. Should I be selling prints instead of just giving it to you? Maybe, but patrons get it. Whatever. That way I'm selling it to you through Patreon. Do you want to say goodbye?
Yeah, I want that to be a giant mouse pad, and we have to sell that because I want it. I want it so bad.
I mean, people,
but
there are custom mouse pad places that people can just go to with it.
I want it so bad. But all I care about is you guys are the best squishies in Squishyville. I think you guys make my day. Every single Saturday that I talk to you, when I get off, I'm like, boom, feeling awesome. So thank you so much, everyone.
Melon Tea's streaming. I'm going to try to use my fancy Streamlab to do a raid successfully. It's crazy. It's a crazy strategy that I've got.
Apparently,
wait, Melon T
Junkyard
watches the anime. We
129.
shouldn't. Melon T watches the anime on Saturday. We got to pick someone else. Lost Paws, Paladin Berserker. People have
Junkyard
given me mixed reviews
129.
before. What was that?
Junkyard 129.
Junkyard 129?
You can get it in the Patreon area, the pictures. He makes all of them available at high quality for Patreons so that you can do whatever you want with.
Yeah. If you are a $3 patron, you will have access to the portfolio channel of Discord, and I post them right up to
make it
Patreon.
happen because I'm not a kid who would bring a thing to a business and make them make it. So we're going to talk about this.
Oh, Trash Taste, if they're streaming, that could be fun. I like them. I've listened to a couple episodes. Oh, the thing I would use to raid successfully died. Cool. I thought I turned it off in time to save it, but I didn't. All right, guys. All right, we need to pick someone to raid. You might hear my voice loop for a second here. I stopped it. Congratulations. No one has to. Oh, they're restreaming a podcast? A One Piece reactor I don't want to do because they might have stuff. They might do spoilers. We don't want to send people to Spoilerville.
Junkyard 129.
All right, people, you have said that before, and I kept missing it. I didn't know. I thought you were doing something else. Oh, probably not. What tag should we do? We need a tag? So confused.
What are we gonna tag for? Street Fighter.
All right, we're doing Junkyard. We're doing Junkyard. That's what I've decided. Everybody, thank you again for being here. I love doing this. I hope you do too. Mama does. I love this art. I think here's where we're at. We're in the post-time skip era. When we do a mega arc, it's a long-term project, and I'm gonna just work on it little bit by little bit. How will we make thumbnails? I don't know. We'll have to figure that one out. But that's something we can do.
Just take a section of this, and you would just show a thumbnail of one part.
No, but the art won't be done by the time the video goes up. For now, until next time, everybody, it's been lovely talking to you, and we'll see you next time. Have you come up with a sign-off yet?
Oh, yeah. Hessos Smooshies.
See, there we go.
Hessos Smooshies.
Bye.